Hello. Welcome to a bonus stream. It is Thursday, 1:15 p.m. I just got into Last Epoch Season 2, which I'm very excited about. What I should have used in our time while we were waiting for it to come up is ask people, hey, what kind of character do you think I should play? Right now I'm tempted between, I guess, three possibilities. One is to play as the Paladin into maybe like the Shadow Void Templar thing, or Ignites or something, but some sort of like the spin around Warpath move, because spin to win is always great in these games. And either the burn everything down variant or the cast everything into the void variant. The other possibility, as always, is going Primalist, probably into Druid. Either be a big giant bear or have a big giant bear, or possibly both, for a two bears high-fiving build, which could be good. And then the other thing I'm considering is the roguey over here. I played this into the Falconeer class last time. A little bit. I didn't get like that far in, but it was really quite cool. Falconeer subclass was added relatively recently. So yeah, Gloomy said pets. John over on YouTube says biased toward tanky sword and shield, so Paladin. Almost sure you would play the driving game. Is very interesting. Sure, the driving game is going to be back. This is just a random bonus stream for the launch of Season 2 Last Epoch. I just knew I was going to play it this afternoon, so I thought, yeah, let's stream it at the same time. On YouTube, we have 2 votes for Paladins, and on Twitch, we've got a few extra votes for pets. Aren't we mostly doing pet builds? Maybe do something else this time. Punisher's right. We have played a lot of pet builds, either like necromancy stuff or this pet. I think I'm going to go Paladin. And it'll take a while before we, get to anything resembling sort of endgame specialization. But possibly with spin to win or something that like, there's a bunch of like auto-casting smite builds, which is cool. I like auto-casts. So we'll probably go there. We got a couple of votes for mage. We do acknowledge on both of them. But yeah, I think we'll go this way. And yeah, I think like definitely probably, I like that. I was thinking probably based around Warpath, but that's all later. Respecking is very easy in this game, but we need a name for our Paladin. You don't get like there's no visual character creation screen. We're going to be this dude over here. Iron Quill. Iron Quill, although, no, I feel like Iron Quill is almost a better name for, like, an archer. Palaquill! Palaquill kind of works for me. Actually, I like Palaquill. No one has made this name. Let's go. We'll just play a normal mode. That's going to be fine. Great character. Hopefully... Uh-oh. Oh, okay. Now, just because I logged in doesn't mean the servers will behave enough for us to play. Oh, I just realized I have to go and check to see if YouTube has finished ripping out the copyrighted music. And then do the next one. Sorry, and keep driving. Keep dragging got some like copyright flags. All the it was just the songs from the second CD. There we go. The second CD we got. It's all the songs from that appear to get copyright strikes on YouTube, so we'll have to be careful. Palaquill sounds like a medicine. I should have done the thing, so Rhinoceros Maximus, whenever he makes a character in basically any game or D&D or anything like that, always names his characters after medication. Usually antidepressants. And it works shockingly well as sort of like fantasy style names for elves and stuff like that.
There was conflict.
All right, let's jump in. Let's go murderize some things. Online play unavailable. You know what? I should just go into offline mode. That way I get to play. Like, oh, I don't know. We'll try again. Connecting. Oh, we'll see. We can just go into offline mode and play there. I like playing on the servers because, it feels... I don't know if there's like offline editors or anything for your characters in Last Epoch in your offline saves, but even though like I don't care, like I don't attempt to play with other players, I don't play any sort of competitive leagues, although I want to be in the season. I think there's some extra stuff available in online play I mean, usually I go solo self-found. Like, I don't bother trading because I'm antisocial. So, I don't know that it matters. Like, I'm not going to go trade with other people, so that doesn't matter. What's this one again? Vengeance. Oh, prepare to repost. Right. Okay, we'll probably not bother with that.
Travel as he wishes to destroy us and steal Atera's legacy.
Yeah, the servers are having issues. They're definitely getting, like, record numbers. It doesn't hurt, of course. And I'm not doing a very good job speedrunning this, by the way, but... It's just me holding down Q. I guess we still do attack. I don't remember what I was going to say. It was hard for me to log in. The servers... Oh, yeah. What might have helped their numbers is... It seems like Path of Exile did have a pretty unimpressive, to most people, 0.2 launch for Path of Exile 2. So there might be more incentive for people to jump into something like that. Hey, we've got our Warpath already. Whee! We'll be using that a bunch later. Oh, yeah, and trade. Yeah. I don't tend to involve myself in trade just because I find it annoying and tedious to like organize with other things and look up prices and figure out all that works. It does tend to be a pretty good way to power up. Dude, this bear is kicking my ass. Spin through you. I don't know if that's actually going to do more damage for us. Okay. So we've picked up. Well, we'll have some extra armor. I guess is going to be a thing. Jeez. Little champion bear there before we've gotten any skills or anything like that. Whee! Yes, leather helmet on. Okay. Now we've protected our noggin. That's very important.
I cannot do that.
Whee! What's that? Increased stun chance? Okay, great. You know, the damage on this is pretty good even against a single target. DPS is 29 versus my auto attack is 21. Yeah. And the mana cost isn't actually too bad. Ultimately, we'll be going for a build where we can do this for free all the time. Yeah, spinning is a great trick, exactly. I guess until we run out of mana. But we'll be upgrading our skills at some point to have this run with 0 mana cost. I don't know if it's the best leveling tool. Like, there's a lot of endgame builds that use this to fantastic effect. I don't know if using Warpath is the ideal one to level. We'll see. All right, we've unlocked Hammer Throw. Stop hammer time.
When you arrived, are you good? Name come.
Sounds good to me. Oop. Let's swap belts. Let's go. Oh, we got our first passive skill. Hey, Weird Darkness, thanks for the gift subs. Cheers. So this is the skill tree. We're currently playing as Sentinel. That's the base class we are now, is Sentinel. And then later we will ascend to a mastery of either Void Knight, Paladin, or Forge Guard. I think we go Paladin if we want to go, yeah, the Ignite Spin version. I've played the Void Knight Warpath before, so I'd probably be looking to do the Paladin Warpath version and spin while setting everyone on fire. But for now, our skill point can only go in the base class. Melee physical damage go up is going to be good. We'll respec later, probably when we're doing, you know, something fully elemental based. A little bit of retribution chance, that's fine. Straight up strength and fire resist and void resist is actually pretty nice too. Or just health ain't bad. I guess it comes down to how much do I care about going down these sub-trees. If I don't care about that, then I actually think Juggernaut is probably, yeah, we're just going to put a bunch of points into Juggernaut.
Smoke.
Mostly doing it for the Twitch drop. Threw in a couple extra for funsies. Wait, hey, there's drops enabled. The last Epoch. Oh. I wonder what those are. Do I get drops from watching my own stream? I wonder. Oh yeah, you can respec your ascendancy. Yeah, they broke down on that. That never seemed like, well, I don't know. I guess it's nice. Yeah, Darkness, you are a subscriber. I think it will allow you to post a link. If it times you out, I'll manually do a permit there. I meant to at least try the hammer throw. Oh, it penetrates. Oh, and comes back. I wonder if it hits in both directions. Yeah, there you go. Twitch.lastepoch. Oh, is that how you you link? Here, let me make sure I'm signed in and linked with my Last Epoch account. There we go. Connected as Quill on Steam, and that. Oh, it's cosmetic drops. 1 hour viewing gets you the Holy Lightning Blast skill cosmetic for Lightning Blast. Nifty. Here, maybe I'll add that to the what game over on Twitch. Going Warpath, Ignite, Paladin, question mark? Something like that. All right. That's non-magic shield. We'll set up a very basic loot filter momentarily here.
Where'd you learn to fight?
Where'd you learn to fight? I don't know. I went to Sentinel U. I minored in terrible puns. Unlocked lunge. Okay, so it's not a pure movement skill. It's probably target something. Okay, so right, we get another skill point. I'm just going to put it into strength, and also we've unlocked a skill mastery. So we could mastery Warpath immediately. If we go down to Reckless Spin, that basically makes it free. I mean, not entirely, because right now it's 18 mana per channel cost, mana cost. Mana cost is 1 to start it. Channeling is 18 per. I don't know if it's per second. It says its cooldown is 0.5, so maybe it's 18 every half second. That doesn't sound right. It must be 18 every, I don't know. Anyway, we can discount it some here and then get a -6 discount over here and basically run it for free at a cost of reducing our elemental resist, which is probably fine for leveling. I think we can just, yeah, vanilla Warcry. Now, if we're going to Warcry, what we really want is a two-hander, I think. So what does the lunge do? All right, well, it did a thing. Okay, that's fine. So what's the DPS? Oh, no. Okay. So we'll just spin until we run out of mana, and then we'll just right-click some. I guess my right-click was replaced. No, it's still a basic attack. Whoops. Move out of there. Here. See, that guy's spinning on fire. That's what I want to do. I've done black hole spinning before, but that's it. Right, we don't get the how does it change our DPS stat here. We get comparisons of melee damage and that. It's gonna, I'm sure it's gonna increase our DPS a bunch. 31, 43, yeah. I guess we can't pin like a skill to compare. You don't get much money from selling drops, so I'm not gonna bother.
I cannot do that.
Sounds like the keepers have agreed. It's now. Speaking of, I must head.
Standard action RPG stuff. Ignore the story.
Well,
I mean, partially because you've read it a million times before. Get the waypoint. Is this a new faction? Oh, that's where we can do in-game purchases for cosmetics. Okay, cool. That's fine. Listen, vendor person. Oh. Big two-handed sword. Yeah, we can't, I don't think we can preview the DPS chain. But this hits a lot harder as a base, being a two-handed weapon. One-handed axe, two-handed axe with stun chance, ignite chance. We're not doing fire damage. Oh, let's do this. This one adds 5 melee cold damage. Good. Excellent. Let's do that, and then we'll just sell... Yeah. No. Sell the old club. Is it not right click? Is it... Oh, shift right click. Sell and the shield. There you go. Let's go! Big old sword. So this will give us a bigger radius on a Warpath. Plus generally do more damage. And just fit the vibe better. Alright. Thanks for the quest. So if you haven't played Last Epoch before, the way the skill system works is, first of all, you remember to actually specialize. You can specialize up to 5 skills, and each skill has a skill tree. In addition to the fact that you got a passive skill tree, actually you got 4 passive skill trees. There's a lot of ways to customize your characters in here. It's not the infinite build of Path of Exile, but it's still pretty good. I mean, there's things, increased area is going to be great, more move speed while we're doing it is going to be great, more damage while we do it is obviously good, but I think right now, I think it's going to be perfectly fine for us to focus purely on making it cheaper so we can run it all the time. There you go. We're blending these little cabbages. Their Brussels sprouts have gone bad.
I cannot do that.
Can Warpath trigger any skills? I don't know if it has anything built in for it. Actually, we could look around the tree.
I cannot do that. I cannot do that.
Like, we're nowhere close to actually planning out a build right now. It's just about leveling, obviously. But yeah, that's a good point, because I love... One of the things I do like in this game is how many skills can trigger other skills
I cannot do that.
and lead to some funky chain stuff. I guess I'm not walking directly towards the path goal here, so maybe I should turn around. One of those weirdos who plays an action RPG for the story. How's it in Last Epoch? It's a really cool story setting. Like, there's these various gods, and the core gameplay involves a lot of timey-wimey stuff. So, I mean, we haven't unlocked that aspect of the game yet. It happens very quickly. Hang on a sec. Let me show the map in just a moment here. So right now we're in the Divine Era. Minus 12 BE. Although I suppose our character wouldn't know that. There's a very large world to explore with lots of different maps, and then you will end up revisiting the same areas in a variety of different times. End of time, less so, but then there's an end game. It's kind of weird. So it is kind of interesting to see how the world changes as you make changes in one time versus another.
I cannot do that.
My favorite action RPG for like sort of story / vibes is Grim Dawn. What's interesting with Grim Dawn is that the story isn't really sent to you the same way. Like, Diablo is the one that's the most in your face about it, because they're like, well, we will have these beautifully rendered 3D cutscenes to tell you the story, and it's awesome and everything. With Grim Dawn, I mean, some of it is, you know, you find out through interacting with characters, but some of it is, a lot of it is just you exploring the world. It's done through environmental storytelling and lots of like little journals that you can find in places. And I found that very satisfying. Grim Dawn is the world I'm the most immersed in because of the way it tells you the story. I have gone and listened to all like the dialogue that these NPCs have in the past, but not for a while, and doesn't mean I don't remember a lot of it. Probably means I'm gonna have to do another one, but I'm not gonna do it on stream because we won't get very far. I'll say the game in a moment. Well, I just started like 5 minutes ago. I'm surprised, like right now things feel very smooth and lag free, despite being on online play. I had trouble like getting in. Whee! But since then everything's been fine. At some point I'm going to have to try this like actually multiplayer again. One of the things that was a little bit disappointing originally at the launch with the multiplayer is that the multiplayer was like very buggy, lots of like little lagginess and things that felt pretty miserable, and movement skills were pretty cursed. I wonder if this does more. Yeah, we might have gotten a better weapon here. 73, 78, slightly better, basically the same, slightly better. All right. Yep. Stay safe, buddy. Actually, let's go this way. Oh, I didn't pick up that gold? I guess it hadn't fully dropped to the floor before I disappeared. There we All right.
I cannot do that. I cannot do that. Stand down or die.
I can't remember if I can do the story skip on this character. Speaking of story, you asshole running away like that. Well, one of the things you can do, and honestly, if there's just one or two dudes, I should probably just bypass them and keep pushing. One of the things you can do in here, if you've cleared the game, if you beat the campaign previously, or maybe all the time, I don't know. Anyway, there's a way you can bypass the story. I guess it's not practical on a new run because you need a key for a particular dungeon. But yeah, there's sort of a halfway through the campaign kind of shortcut that you can do that requires you to clear a dungeon in a particular time, like at a particular point, I mean. And then if you do, then it just basically auto-completes the campaign and gives you all the skill points that you would have gotten. Yeah, so I don't know if the key for that dungeon can just drop from something else. I gotta make sure to pick up all these shards at this point in the game.
I cannot do that.
It's funny that the shrine is giving me the spinny thing. It feels very much like my spinny build. You have more than one character at once? Yeah, you can have more than one character at once. Just, so when you're playing online, if you're playing, like, with the league play like this, then you're having to start fresh in this season. So season 2, you have to start fresh with no characters. But other than that, you can have multiple characters perfectly fine. Did you stop doing that? You're making me jealous. Your spin is way more impressive than my spin. Alright, thanks.
Yeah.
Alright, more skill points. I'm going to keep... Oh, let me go here. So now we've got a total of minus 10 to the channel cost. It's not free, but it's... It is free. Or no, it's not. Oh, is this showing me the actual current channel cost? Okay, with the discount. So it's 8. Am I regenning 8 mana per second? I am regenning 8 mana per second. Okay, so we're now at the point where we can completely just sustain that, so that's nice. Thanks for the passive skill point. My finger keeps slipping. They did add support for WASD movement, by the way, in here. I'm not using it because that's not the way I like to play these things. But, just to let you know, if you are someone who prefers to WASD it up, you can do that. You can also, as far as I know, play with a controller. Yeah, no, you can definitely play with a controller as well. The WASD or controller play. That actually might be good. I know Kiss for Luck sort of likes these games, but she prefers the WASD and doesn't like the click to move. So that actually might be a way to convince her to play again. A little passive point. Right, so I can't go in these two because they have other prereqs, but Relentless. If I put 5 points into this, I'm immune to stuns. Oh, after being stunned. That's a lot of damage mitigation. These things tend to be really powerful. Negative damage from nearby enemies. With this build, I'm always going to be near enemies, so it seems like a pretty good investment. They say that WSD movement is experimental in this patch. So far, it's working great for me. Nice. I mean, oh, I missed a shrine up there. I expect they'll be able to get it to work because they do have controller support for this game. So it is naturally built around the ability to be able to just directionally move rather than just click to move. Okay. Really got to hide those white items here. Like, constant fireballing is nice. Yeah, that's not a quest.
Purpose of such a stronghold if it were to house nothing.
Shrines have been hugely boosted then? Have they? Yeah, I don't remember what the shrines were like and how this compares.
You're here to help. Protect the Drake.
Whee!
Tread carefully.
Spin to win. Laws is almost a good enough reason to pick Po 2 over Po 1. Yeah, I mean, I kept going back and forth. I can't remember what I was doing by the end of our Path of Exile 2 stream. I think I was using a fair because I was playing an archer in that one, right? And I think I was trying to do some like brafing movement and attacks and stuff. Okay, timer's going off. Oh, I gotta check my bread. Alright, I've got some bread rising in the oven. I gotta see if it has arisen enough as soon as this encounter is over. Please don't let me forget my bread. This is how Quill spends his days off. Quills plays action RPGs and bakes bread. The bread's gonna be my contribution to the Easter dinner this weekend. Die, Brightblade Polaris. I could have called myself Brightblade Polaris for this. I'm going the ignition spin thing. I think I will. I really like the Void Sentinel spin variant. It's quite cool. It leaves these like, I don't know, kind of like these black holes everywhere. I think they're just like void rot patches or something like that. And you summon shadow clones yourself constantly that stand in space and keep spinning. It's very cool visually, but okay, I'm out of health potions and I'm getting my ass kicked here.
I cannot do that.
Okay, now we're full health. There we go. Remember, I've got minus 30 at all my resistances when I'm spinning right now, which might be really bad. Like, I don't think I'd go that way if I was playing a hardcore character. But we'll see. Throwing damage, increased physical damage, health. Yeah, that's fine for now. And probably... Oh, actually, let's swap these gloves to ones that have strength and health on them. That's much better than mana. Alright.
That should hope for that. So you want it. Well, tell you what. Let's get out of here first, and then I'll explain more. These peace talks are hardly worth it if you don't know why Orion.
Contribution to Easter dinners. Here's a smoked 25-pound ham. Wow! Throws anvils. Yeah, no, these got to be new, right? Got to buy the rabbit for my Easter dinner. First time in years. I won't be eating the Easter bunny. Oh! Oh! I've only ever had rabbit once I don't know if that's possibly just a joke, but I don't know. I was gonna say I've only ever had rabbit once in my life, and it was delicious. 100% would do it again. Not really a thing in Canada. I was in France at the time. I was young. Did an exchange program. Skipping a bunch of dialogue just makes him grunt a bunch, yeah. Oh, fuck, my bread! You didn't remind me about my bread! After the boss fight! I mean, I guess it's still the same scene. Escape the Kiefer Falls probably brings us to a town. Okay, let's go to the next zone. I think it might be a town. Or at the very least, I'll just park at the zone entrance and I probably won't get attacked there. I mean, I don't think things tend to roam in this game. Most RPGs don't. So most likely if there's nothing around, I probably won't be killed.
I cannot do that.
Alright, I thought I was closer to the zone exit here, but apparently not. Repeatedly blast lightning at enemies. Nice. Oh, that's just gonna want me to play like an arc lightning build. Like what I play in Path of Exile all the time. My question is always just, am I gonna cast the arcs myself? Or am I going to have totems do it? That is really the only question when it comes to my character builds in Path of Exile. Okay, Northern Road is not a city, but I'm going to park right there. I'm going to be right back. I just got to see if my bread has risen enough. Probably it hasn't. But I don't want it to overproof. no, it's a very good thing I went to check. The bread is big. Need to set a different timer. I'm just preheating my oven now, which takes a long time in my oven. I have an old oven. So I'm going to set a timer for 10 minutes, and then we'll go pop the bread in. Okay, I didn't die. Woo! Real question is, can you make a Stealth Archer Arc Lightning build? Stealth Archer is just a Skyrim reference.
I cannot do that.
Skyrim Stealth Archers are like crabs in real life.
Don't do that.
Everything becomes Stealth Archers. Another waypoint.
You have questions, but let me first check and make sure the Epoch's safe.
Uh-huh. I think you're about to get snagged here, buddy. Eee. Stealth Archer is also a stupid broken BG3 solo build. Oh, yeah.
I cannot do that.
I cannot do that.
I cannot do that. Yeah.
Oh, right. I just have to go back and teleport now. Oh, can I not map base one? I guess this is the first one forced as a tutorial. That's weird. That's real weird.
I cannot do that.
Oh no, something's just glitched. I was showing you guys the map a second ago. Uh-oh. Huh. Huh. Oh yeah, I had my town portal too, that's true. Well, no town portal, it's just the map, yeah. Okay. Hey, the map's working in. Good. Okay. And I'm where I need to be anyway. Because when you log out, you rejoin in town. Alright, yeah, he was kidnapped by stuff. Thank you for the passive point. Much appreciated. We're going to put more armor clad and head this way.
I cannot do that.
He cannot do that. In time, what is this Chrono Trigger? Yeah.
I cannot do that.
See, now you're going to have to replay Chrono Trigger. Every time someone mentions Chrono Trigger, you have to replay Chrono Trigger. I didn't make it up. That's just the way the rules work. I'm a slave to it, just like everyone else. We'll keep grabbing this stuff, even though most of it is probably not useful for me. Level 6! Oh, and another skill specialization. I don't know what I should be getting. I mean, I'm mostly doing this. I guess maybe maybe we can specialize in a two-hand or a single target skill for bosses, maybe just for now. I mean, ultimately we'll just be doing everything with the spin, but we might be able to get something else, or like not. I mean, maybe lunge. I was gonna say for movement, but I don't know.
I cannot do that.
Something that passively fires. That was a unique two-handed axe. That is a unique two-handed axe. So this is probably increase. Hang on, this will probably increase our damage now. This axe, which is very common, is actually for pet builds. Hell, maybe it's a sign. The game's like, no, Quill, you really want to play a druid with pets. So our DPS currently is 92. If we equip this, 146. Yeah, big upgrade because it's got the built-in plus 18 physical damage, plus 5 strength as well. But you can see health gained on companion hit, increased companion revive range and speed. Honestly, the revive range and speed is kind of pointless. So basically, it's just a puncher two-handed axe.
I cannot do that.
Late to the party. Haven't played a spin to win build in this game. Oh, it's quite nice. And then, I mean, we're just starting out. We have like no builds, synergy, or anything like that. I'll put in the Rive. Yeah, I think I'll specialize the Rive and put that on my right click and use it for single target damage. We can go down a burn route as well, because I'm going to probably do that. I'm just trying to think. I don't need more area if I'm using it for single target damage. First and second strike have extra attack speed. First and second strike crit. Shred chance. Yeah, I think we'll probably go down this route. Oh, changes the sequence to 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. So we'd focus more on the first two. I don't remember seeing this before. I don't know if they've like massively changed this tree since I played it, but let's do that. And yeah, we do have Arrive on a right click, which has quite a bit more DPS. Strictly single target, although it's still with like quite a like the melee in this game is pretty nice. So like if I was just using the right click here, like it's not bad at all. And assuming like we're conveniently hitting with this, it will kill things faster than my spin right now. But spin is much easier to target. And, you know, ultimately more lazy. And I am very lazy. You can play spin to win minions. Bottom right of the Warpath skill tree. Let's take a little look. So bottom right of the Warpath skill tree. If I keep going down this way. Oh, it's, while spinning, you summon forged weapons. Every 5 seconds, if you hit, as if you'd hit an enemy with Forge Strike. And summon even more forged weapons. Yeah, see, that probably would have been good for Thrive. The only thing is, like, I have to, like, line it up. I can't be lazy, although I've got another skill up here for my Warpath. And now we can start adding damage to the Warpath, because we've got enough here for it to be free. Here, probably what I do is just go down, even though I'm not planning on necessarily going a Void build, it feels like this way is best early on, right? Just adding some flat damage, double with two-hander, which is what I'm using. Or I just go with a big area. Bigger area, and then more damage. And depending on what weapon I'm using, an extra secondary effect. Area with two-hander gets even bigger. Mana per 3 seconds, 2 weapons, 7 per point. That's interesting. While spinning, you gain mana every 3 seconds while wielding a two-handed weapon. I wonder if I could skip these and just grab that as a mana gen later. Anyway, I guess what I'll do is I'll go down the bigger area, because that's the whole idea with this one, is just to do big area, and then if I need small area, I can right-click. So it's not adding more damage per se, but if it's consistency hitting more stuff at once, I'm going to ignore that item. Actually, let me spin these guys away. Rive the heck out of that one. Nice. So, blue and yellow items, there's no actual difference between them, in a sense. All items can have... Okay, well, let's ignore some things with uniques right now. All items can have 4 affixes. 2 prefixes, 2 suffixes. Blue items are the ones that have 1 or 2. Yellow items are the ones that have 3 or 4. Theoretically, yellow items will generally be better because they have more affixes, but it's entirely possible that the blue item might have 2 affixes of level 5 each, and a yellow item might have 4 level 1 affixes. But obviously that's not really likely. Generally speaking, the yellow ones will be higher quality things, but just to say, they're all just normal magic items, just with different colors. Listen, little Phoenix thing. What I need you to do is get within the radius of one of my existing spins. I'm not going to bother chasing you. Hey, level up. So these things that say added melee physical damage and things like that, that's your crafting items. I really like the crafting in this game. By far my favorite. I like that it's predetermined and random at the same time. You know more or less what you're going to get, but not by how much. There's the right amount of RNG in the item crafting, but not just like, hold on, I'm gonna have to spam 100 copies of this item and hope it rolls the right one, and then I don't accidentally roll past it, or anything like that.
I cannot do that. I cannot do that.
I wonder if it's worth... I don't know what kind of shards I've picked up here. But it might be... Oh, right. As I say, maybe it's worth adding some extra stuff to my weapon. I can't because it's a unique. There are ways. There's the uniques that have legendary potential, which you can add affixes to, which is amazing. Okay, that's my oven preheat reminder, so I'm just going to go up and do that in a second. But in this game, so this weapon, which has no actual minimum level, which is nice. So this is why it's a very common unique, because you can get it all the time on new characters. But with legendary potential, what happens is you can basically merge, say, this axe with this axe, and I'd be able to add the +9 melee void damage to this thing. There's a variety of rules and different ways of doing it and stuff like that, but it allows you to handcraft uniques. Now, very high level uniques very rarely drop with any legendary potential, and if they do, it'll probably just be one slot. Very low level uniques, if you're in a very high zone, you can drop a unique with up to 4 legendary potentials, which means you can get up to 4 affixes and turn into, which is good because the item itself is very low level and not something a high level character would use, but a lot of uniques have something weird about them, something unusual that can be a build enabler, and this ensures that even a low level unique could be something that is used in your final character build, because you know, if you find a legendary version of it. But let's say, don't really want to swap. I don't know, this one's still working for us. What else we got that we might want to put in? Oh, there you go. Let's assume I'm going to want to swap to this mighty heretical script of hope. And you can see it's got 4 different affixes. I don't have a crafting material for any of these two, but I have picked up some of these strength boosters and these health boosters. So I'm going to go ahead and level up. Do I have a glyph of hope? I do. I'm going to level up my health affix. There we go. It's a level 2. And I'm going to level up my strength affix as well. There we are. And then I'm out of material. Items also have forging potential. If it runs to 0 forging potential, then you can't craft it anymore. So there's a limited amount of crafting you can do. There's RNG, tons of RNG elements, because you don't know how much forging potential is going to be used for it. So you can consistency sort of lean. Oh, my oven. After the boss. I just heard it tick. Why can't I attack this guy before he takes off, you know? He's just standing right there. Hit it in the butt. Okay. Alright, let's use a potion. You gonna fireball here? Yeah, okay. At least that one's got an area I can dodge.
The Epoch is ours! Raya, aid me!
Okay. I did not know what you were about to do. Oh! Other one I can dodge. I guess I can sort of dodge that triple attack. I don't know, he might... Okay, well, there he doesn't turn to follow me. There's a triple attack. Or no, that's a different one too. See, I can dodge a few more of these. Maybe he's just changing his attack routine because he's low. He's not doing like fireballs and shit anymore. Alright, there you go. Clean. And... Oh! Oh! They did change it so that all the shards go to the forge immediately without clicking the extra button anymore. Honestly, I didn't mind the extra button. It kind of gave you like a second, like, woo, thrill of that. But, okay, so all the crafting items get sent directly to the inventory, or to the thing. Okie dokie. We should probably consider setting up a drop thing, but let me go and put my bread in the oven first. Be right back. bread is going in the oven. Took a slightly longer because I had to score it. There we go. Let's do this. Oh yeah, I guess I never updated the title of the streams to talk about who we're playing as. So, I mean, I'm going to put in that we're playing as Warpath Ignite Paladin, but we obviously haven't gotten to that point yet. And then I got to do YouTube. There we go. All right. Yeah, let's configure a little loot filter. Let's make a new one. Create new filter. Season 2, Paladin. We'll just make some basics. So, first of all, we need to make sure that unique, legendary, exalted, sure, set items. Did they add legendary potential or something to set items to make them awesome yet? Anyway, we'll make sure those are always showing and never hidden. And then otherwise, let's put in a list of affixes we might care about. So we probably want strength and vitality for stats. Early on, we're probably fine with like any of the melee boosters. We're pretty far from Ignite, but I'll be actively looking for fire damage and physical damage right now. Actually, you know what? Right now, any bonus extra damage is going to be fine. We don't care about specializing. I guess we do channel. It's going to be fine. All the health items, we're not going to block. I'll put on all the resistance and armor, although a few of those are going to get dropped later on. We'll say all the health recovery, critical strike avoidance. Leech might be a thing for us. I don't know. Let's put that on. Movement. I don't really care about cooldown in this character, I don't think. Reflect mana, minion, no. I suppose we'll just turn on all the elements for now. Anything that's class specific to the Primalist. And we're just, it's going to be fairly permissive. Any of those, experimental, personal, and I guess we could farm for a set, but anything part of a set, although we've already got that done. With at least one of these affixes, sure. Actually, total affixes more than or equal to 1 for now, but I can increase that number. Okay. And then add a rule that is then going to be hide. Put that at the bottom. Put that at the top. Always show those. Show these. Hide the rest. All right. So now we're not going to be seeing items. Oh, I should probably hide items of the wrong type. I want to hide item types. I don't want to see one-handed weapons or offhands. Yeah. So I want to hide those. Still show them if they're unique. But otherwise hide those. There you go. Did I go Primalist instead of Sentinel? That sounds like me, because I play Primalist all the time. And not Sentinel. I think I was thinking P for Paladin. There you go. But we are just a Sentinel currently. Great catch. Thank you very much. Yeah, IP tables, exactly. IP tables except for items. Permit, then deny. Alright, we're going back to camp. Did I set the 30-minute timer? I did, good. Okay. Did I finish your side quest? Or are you giving me your side quest? Okay.
I cannot do that.
You do so with your players in town.
Quiet.
You're back. Lena, I'm so sorry to you too. This is what's best for us all.
What's about to happen? I don't know!
With the Epoch's power, I'll finally be able to...
Mod that adds a Disney bar for all our spinning, yeah. Alright, got a shard of the Epoch.
I cannot do that.
We may have, I think we actually started at that waypoint. I think they give it to you, because imagine you like log out, you relogs you in town, and you have no way to get back here because you already completed the quest step. Yeah, I think we already had that waypoint.
I cannot do that.
When I play Grim Dawn, I have it so that it doesn't vocalize the, like, I'm not ready to do that yet, because I tend to spam things so much. I wonder if there's an option for that in here. Wouldn't surprise me, because I think it is something that gamers do a lot. I really do need to sell off the current crap I've got. They did change it. They definitely changed the game at some point. I think, unless I'm getting confused with Grim Dawn, because I know Grim Dawn did do this, to make it so that drops sell for very little, so that you don't have this sort of like, oh, I gotta loot things to make money, and then I have to manage my inventory all the time. They increased the passive gold that dropped, and then nerfed the value of looted items. For some reason, I thought that happened in last Epoch too, but I might be wrong. Or maybe that was just always the vibe of like, yeah, it's not really going to sell for much. Reinforcements on death. Okay, well. Show me your reinforcements. Really? That's it? Alright.
Too heavy.
Let's put this on. We don't have an item in this slot yet. Although, oh, there you go. Hold on. Increased physical damage. Yeah, better than that. But this, cold and physical, enchant to ignite on hit. Cool. Very cool. Okay. Yeah, I'll just run to the next waypoint. I'll try to remember to sell stuff. Probably I won't. Am I familiar with Stone Shard? I am not familiar with Stone Shard. What is Stone Shard? I know Stone Sense. The viewing tool for Dwarf Fortress. I think I might want to max this out. Like, I can go to the next stage. Or actually, no, I guess I want to go to cadence as quickly as possible, possibly. All right, let's do that. Stone Shard is awesome. Says strange. Yeah. Is it like a town builder? What is Stone Shard? Stone Shard. Challenging turn-based RPG set in an open world. Oh, no. Oh. Cool. I should take a look. Similar to Caves of Quad and Tome. Okay. Yeah, based on the look of it, I'm like, it kind of looks like an actual roguelike. Okay, that's done. Are we going to go into Valiant Charge? We don't actually have, like, movement speed skills in this character right now, which is kind of weird. Here, we'll start putting some points in Overwhelm.
Too heavy.
Every update to Stone Shard is pretty much a major update, so it changes that game dramatically for better or for worse. I'm happy nothing killed me while I was looking away, although I think I jumped over a quest spot.
Terra, watch over you. God.
Tried it, immediately addicted, boom, 100 hours in a week. Wow. Okay. City Builder thinking of Stonehearth. Yeah, that's probably it.
Yes. Gods be with you.
I cannot do
Here we go. There's a waypoint here. Let's make sure to activate it.
I cannot do that.
And then we'll go to town and sell. I mean, we're nearly at another town, but I'm going to backtrack to the last one.
Minimus, run, you stupid one.
Okay. So we'll go back to the Divine Era and go to the Keeper's Camp. Yeah, we haven't run into a town in the new era yet. So, actually, I think I should wear those boots and then sell that.
Hey, Quill, pay attention. There's a new subscriber.
There's a lot of base stuff here. I suspect it won't be an upgrade. Zytoxin. Thank you very much for the sub. 162 DPS. 14. Yeah. Okay. Downgrade. I think that's unique as going to be better. It's going to be obsoleted soon, but not yet. More armor and some resistances on that one. We'll sell you. Done. Okay. You can go shopping, but I think we're okay right now. All right, so let's go back to this era. Return here. Wait, there's a subscriber cosmetic? Wait, is one of the drops only activate if you subscribe to a channel? I don't love that. I mean, I guess you can subscribe to anyone.
I cannot do that.
I mean, I'm just naturally averse to anything that's behind a pay barrier.
Down or die.
But I don't know. I guess yeah, I can see that's an interesting way to encourage people to stream this game. Because can I attack you or just cosmetic? I don't know. It's like, oh, if you stream this game, people will subscribe to you to get a cosmetic. I mean, it's smart. It's smart. There's no argument there. And I mean, I like subscribers. Huh. Loot Goblin! Well, Loot Lizard. What's it called? Overburden Lizard. You're going to be actually very annoying to kill. Because I don't do that much burst damage. And eventually... Oh, there you go. Thank you for standing still for a second. Let's say, because eventually you're going to run away. Like, you'll disappear through a portal. Support creator one from the Maelstrom. Like, I wonder, okay, so I'm not watching myself on a normal stream window. Subscribe or watch to earn different drops. Watching Quill while they're live. Purchasing or gifting subscriptions. Oh! I'm just wondering. It's like, wait a minute. How do I subscribe to myself? How does this work? See, this is why I'll have to convince a Kids for Luck to stream the game. Because I'm subscribed to her.
Gods be with you. Stay safe.
Rambler, I like the spin animation. Oh, this is a dead end over here? Okay. Maps in this game aren't randomized.
Do that.
Oh, there's a chest, though. Which there's always pros and cons for. One of the things I like the most about Grim Dawn is the fact that it doesn't have random maps. And as a result, they've crafted a really wonderful world. And they tell a lot through environmental storytelling. I don't feel that the levels in Last Epoch are particularly interesting to wander through. So, like, I don't feel the benefit of having handcrafted levels in this. But at the same time, for the campaign, how much does it matter to have randomized levels for it? I mean, even Diablo 4 doesn't have a randomized overworld anymore, right? And it does give you a better sense of geography. The thing is, because this is a bunch of disconnected, or not disconnected, they're connected through little portals to get from one level to another here. It's not a contiguous open world. I don't think we really get the benefit of that. Like, Grim Dawn is one continuous fixed world in every way, with nothing randomly generated. I mean, with some exceptions for, like, the Shattered Realm Endgame stuff working a little bit differently, but still not really being randomized that in the same sense. Take into consideration prime subs won't unlock the sub spell. Oh. I mean, it is just a cosmetic. It's not a gameplay advantage. And there's a lot more, like, leeway for things when that's the case. But yeah. Okay, so I only need 1 point in this to get to the next level. Block. No, I think I'm going to go here. We'll probably work on maxing out Whirling Steel to increase the damage. And yeah, so the third hit, I think... Every third, full circle, double damage. But we're not always channeling that long. Or maybe we are. I don't know. We're gonna change the sequence. We're gonna focus on those first two abilities more. Maybe I shouldn't have invested in that yet until I got more stuff that improves the... How do I get over there? Oh, it must be across.
I cannot do that. I cannot do that. Ha! I cannot do that.
Grim Dawn rewards you if you explore the map. Yeah, both in terms of like, there's tons of hidden items, but there's tons of bonus lore, actual secret areas. Like, I really, really like the Grim Dawn like map and experience. Like, the world is great. There's gonna be an ad break on Twitch in 20 seconds. Remember, you can watch on YouTube at the same time. You can flip back and forth between the two.
I cannot do that.
I get no warnings about any kind of ad stuff on YouTube, so I think it plays at a completely different times for different people for different reasons.
Hey, Quill, pay attention. There's a new subscriber.
Super Frog! Hey, thanks for the sub. You've got a fun name to say, Super Frog. The one problem that Grim Dawn has, its biggest flaw, it doesn't have cool bosses. The bosses are just, they just tend to feel like normal dudes that have more hit points to me. Like, yeah, they'll have a few different variant attacks, and they'll be slightly larger than the other dudes you fight, but basically there's not a like the boss fights in Grim Dawn are not the most interesting. They're not like set pieces. They don't feel like it.
I cannot do that.
And actually, I often felt most of the bosses in Path of Exile felt kind of mid. And then there were a few exceptions that were interesting. Path of Exile 2 does try to have more sort of like set piece boss fights that are a little bit more dramatic. But that was always, I would say that's probably always a hallmark of maybe Diablo games. The bosses were weird and different. But Last Epoch does some really good and weird different boss fights. Yeah, I like Grim Dawn a lot. I wish it had more of a crafting system. For, you know, maybe extended play. And it doesn't have much of a late game to speak of. But it's still, Grim Dawn's still the one I tend to go towards the most these days. I'm really hoping that Last Epoch with this season really, like, takes over as the prime one. Okay, well, I went through all my heals. I might have used them a little too early. I don't know. Thrive is still theoretically more DPS. Although, I suppose that is factoring in the third hit, which I'm not always getting around to, and especially now, it's harder. Yeah, I'm actually wondering if I'm better off just spinning in practice.
Impressive. Go on. I'll be right behind you.
So we want the bosses from Path of Exile 2, the crafting from Last Epoch, the lore from Grim Dawn, and the cutscenes from Diablo. Yeah, is that too much to ask? Exactly. I've not played Titan Quest 2, but I'm very excited for it. I really like Titan Quest. For a long time, I didn't play Grim Dawn. Even though, you know, I heard like, oh, it's a better engine and stuff. I don't remember. They changed the way that you get this guy to give you a subquest, and I can't remember what it is.
Go on then. Bah.
Yeah, I'm just going to keep putting points in Overwhelm.
You were the gods have long left this world.
All right, so now we have new item slots over here. That's the other thing you unlock via the campaign for these idols. We'll just take the one that's got the most resistance. You can't slot in both right now. Where's my chest up here? Stash tabs and shift right click. So let me just put the idol in there. I think the rest can all be sold if I'm not wearing it.
Yes.
Yep, let's swap belts. It's got more potion slots and the resistance. I guess I'll check. 200 DPS. Yeah, no, that's still better. A lot of percent. There's no way that's gonna exceed. I've only got the one ring. I guess I'll put this on for the lightning resistance. Now, at some point, we're gonna start shredding these items, but not yet. My equipped one has more resist, so I guess I'll do that. Although I do like the flat health a lot. I think I'll keep the resistance again here. All right. Right, that's gonna be blocked down there. We don't have to go that way yet. What are we asking? Wear second ring? No. Okay, wore that. From a talent upgrade? Oh, with the sporting spell reskins, you hopefully... You just like to see what... Okay, side conversation. Okay, that's fine. Okay. Okay. Do-do-do. Do-do-do. Season 2, last Epoch's game that does battle pass session. It's not a battle pass thing. But ARPGs will commonly have seasons where if you play in the season, everyone starts with no characters at the start, so it's sort of a race. And they might have some mechanics that are specific to that season that might not always be around. What is that symbol? Oh, that's right. It's one of those locked up mage things, which I may or may not care about. Oh no, it's these things. Oh no, these things are quite good. Do I want these? I don't know. I might re-roll it. A lot of times I do keep them if there's at least one unique that hopefully we empower in fun ways. You know what? Fuck it. Let's just do it. All right, empower. It's like a tournament thing, like different game mode. Yeah, kinda, yeah. You can always play... First of all, you can always play offline if you want. And, you know, not give a shit about servers or seasons or anything like that. I'm wondering if my Warpath is actually, in practice, actually giving more DPS? I don't know. Man, we are squishy. Out of potions. I'm probably going to have to back away here. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Thanks for the health pot.
I cannot do that.
I really like the way potions work here. You just have a certain amount of slots for potions based on what belt. Currently I have 4 slots. So it means I can carry up to 4 potions. And then you can just use them. They're not... Man, like Diablo 2 is such a good game, but having to go back and play with like belt potions, like no. I'd rather never play an ARPG again than be forced into that bullshit. But it's tough. So the balance of the health potions is like you want to provide players with emergency buttons, but if potions work too well in a certain way, then they just become part of your overall regeneration, and you're spamming them a lot as like a constant consumable. It's like, do you have big cooldowns? How many can you carry? How do you balance these things? Grim Dawn just did away with like item potions completely, and instead it is just like sort of a health potion and a mana potion. They're not called potions, I don't think, anymore. That are just on your skill bar with a cooldown now. So they're not actually items, and here it's limited items. So your sustain rate, if you're constantly taking damage, depends on how frequently potions drop, which isn't that much. So in practice, you can't rely on the potions as a sustain, and you can't load up like 50 potions before a fight because you're limited to just, you know, in this case, say I've got a limit of 4. Which is never going to be much higher than that. And I think both Grim Dawn's solution and Last Epoch solution work perfectly well. Oh, this way is just a chest. A little bit of bonus. So you get a little bit of reward for some exploration here. Not like, again, Grim Dawn to me has like the map that benefits the most from exploration. They've got cool secrets all over the place. Ways to get some interesting, unique loot. Hidden vendors. And I know there's a few like actual like proper secret areas in here. I mean, there's a reason I'm playing this game today instead of Grim Dawn. Partially because, of course, there's new season, so it's new and shiny, but I like a lot of the gameplay decisions this.
I cannot do that.
Let's finish Overwhelm. We could start using... I could unslot Rive. Actually, I think that makes the most sense. Because Rive is sort of a little bit of a splash attack. So maybe what I should do is replace it with Multi-Strike. Which is just sort of fast attack over and over again. Yeah, that I think makes more sense. So I'm going to unspecialize from Rive. And instead, I'm going to throw multi-strike in there. And armor stacks last longer, grant additional melee damage per stack. Max stacks, attack speed per point, initial strike damage. Better on a hit and run. I don't know. Let's go this way. Put 2 points in that. We'll add an extra stack as well. Sure. And then put that on the right click. All right. Here you ought to drink potions ground, full potions, missing HP, and walk over them. I think so. I don't think it had it when I first played the game on like version 0.8. And I think it's one of the things I complained about because there was another game and I can't remember what it was. It might have just been like one of these like Vampire Survivor games or something like that rather than ARPG. I don't know. Unless Grim Dawn and Last Epoch did it, but I don't think so. But the idea being like if you're full on your potion belt and aren't full on health, when you walk over a health potion, should it drink it or not? The side that says yes is very convenient. The side that says no is that, well, I might want to not, like if I'm only missing 1 HP, I don't want to drink the potion in that case. What I really need is to get some of this damage over time stuff on these guys. I can't remember. Was one of these guys like... Okay, you're laser beaming. Sure, fine. Was one of these guys like a healer? I don't like that I'm spreading out the damage here. I feel like our damage really isn't that great on this character. Am I hitting you? Oh yeah, I am. This is terrible. Oh, I should not be looking at chat right now. But I want to. Hey, thanks for standing a little closer together. No, get out. No, don't. Die. Okay. Let's go for this guy. Try Hammerden. What is this? Diablo 2? Maybe I should have stayed Rive. Actually, what is the DPS on this? Oh, my DPS on my Warpath is way higher. Okay. You got your first legendary at level 17, Wolf? Wow. I mean, you're not going to be able to, like, activate it for a while. But that is quite cool. Ring around the rosy, pocket full of posy. Yep. Why would I ever do anything other than spin to win? Always spin, always win. The problem is, I've got this second skill specialization slot. Like, I don't know what to put in there. I suppose I could take a look at... there's got to be... So, like, Warpath, Ignite, Paladin must be a build that exists. I mean, it's pretty basic at this point. It's like, what other skills do they use for that? Is it ones I have access to now? And the question is, does any of it matter, right? Because what happens is sometimes is like, yeah, this set of skill combinations is great, you know, once you reach level 60 and have access to a unique or whatever. At this point, it's just like, okay, how do we maximize leveling with maybe this one ability?
Please stop him.
Okay, so now I can get time and faith. No, I don't need that. I really should have gone up these side branches, I guess. Oh, there's my timer. Should I have gotten this? Yeah, okay. I mean, you know what? Yeah, damage, stun immunity, sure. All right. And I think I'll put 3 more points in the Juggernaut. But let me go and check my bread, make sure it's not burning. I'll be right back. Oh, multi-strike needs to be spec to do single target damage. Is there... So somewhere in here there might be something that's specifically meant for single targets? Ooh, spear. Anyway, let's go check the bread. The bread's doing that thing when you take it out of the oven where it crackles. Oh, so good. That means it's going to have an amazing crust. Amazing crust. It's not sure where the new node is. So you're saying there's a new node in here somewhere. Each additional sword replaced with smite. Smite casts his way to full mana cost per cast. So that's cool. So we could go down here and have a multi-strike smite build. That could be the other thing, which I suspect going Paladin might be fine. But I like spells that cast other spells. So we right-click with multi-strike, which is supposed to spawn swords, but it actually spawns smites. That's neat. There's more swords for additional enemies, not what we're looking for. You're saying something in here will be more about hitting a single enemy? This is a larger area, so it's not going to be that. Bottom right? This is all bleed. And pen. Oh, hold on. I saw multiple enemies in here, but this is if you create more additional swords than there are nearby enemies. Each remaining sword can consume mana to strike the nearest enemy, even if it was hit by an initial attack. This makes it hit one target more. Like, focus more on one target. Okay, I will remove that. Actually, I guess we'll basically be kind of unspecking it completely. Oh, I guess I need to leave one here. You know, I'll go for the attack speed instead, and then go here. The idea is we'll move our way towards Blade Storm and use that for maybe some single target damage and see how it works.
Hey there. Want to try your luck? Stay safe.
Didn't he used to give you like another item that was quite good?
Goodbye.
But I think I remember reading like you got to do the conversation with these guys in a weird order. Like we don't want Avarice, we wanted the crit item. Avarice is really nice. We're going to do elemental damage. This isn't it.
What?
Panion, I please stop him.
Gods be with you.
Side quest go. Oh, let's sell some shit here.
Safe.
Yes.
These damages are starting to get higher, but I suspect they're still... The sheer flat damage. A lot of crit. The sheer flat damage of what we currently have is probably still worth more. So we're not going to stress too much. Hey, all right, we finally got a chest piece that's going to replace some things. I don't think melee attack speed has an impact on us.
Follow your feet.
Someone might be able to weigh in on that, but I don't think... Well, melee attack speed would affect multi-strike. I don't think it affects Warpath. This, They removed the gambler's portion of the quest. There's a separate quest for the crit thingy now. Oh, okay.
I cannot do that. Yeah.
Is there a magic class last epoch? And what's it like? Quite good. So there, I would suggest there's 2 classes that are like very I'm a caster kind of focus. One is the base class for that one called the Acolyte, and you can go down the Necromancer route, the Lich route, the Warlock route. Is that the third one for Acolyte? Because each class has 3 like masteries that like have a pretty big difference in how they play. And then the other one is the Mage, and I don't remember what the subclasses for the Mage are. I know one's about like being like a spell plus sword kind of person. And then there's a couple more like I nuke the shit out of things. The Rune Master and the Elementalist or Sorcerer, I think. Yeah, I'm going to max out Whirling Steel for now. Yeah, Rune Master I have played, and it is quite cool. And yeah, it works like the Invoker in Dota 2, where the different abilities that you use as the Rune Master are associated with a certain rune or element. And as you use it, and I think my spin is still better for now. As you use those abilities, it like puts little buffs on your bar or somewhere, like, and you're writing words, and up to I think 3 of them. And then you've got an ability that unleashes those. And the effect that it has depends on what 3 runes you have cast by your sequence of spells. So you could cast, like, I don't know, fire spell 3 times in a row and just unleash something that works when you've got 3 fire runes. Or you could do one of each, or you can do some combination. I can't remember if order matters for it, but it's quite cool. And you can go with a build that's very simple. It's like, I always just spam this, and it does that. And there's also a couple of things in the talent trees that just make it so that regardless of what spells you use, it's always doing these runes or different things like that. So you can make it very simple, but you can also have it like very complex if you're into that and have a lot of variation in how you use things. Like, it's really cool. So yeah. Oh, and the other thing is, so there's the Primalist class, which I often forget the name of. Its 3 specialties are the Druid, which is more focused on being like a werebearer, like shape-shifting yourself is more the theme. Or you can specialize in Beastmaster, which is more focused on having lots and lots of summons, or one really big summon. Animals, like you can do wolves, bears, locust swarms, or some shit, I can't remember. And the final one is Shaman, which I think is heavily based on elemental spell casting, so that's another caster version you can do. I've played a lot of the Primalists, both the Beastmasters and the Druid. Probably my favorite. I played a decent amount of the Acolyte, both Necromancer and Lich. I think I'm going to change my filter here. Oops. Right now it's showing me any items that has one of the affixes that I want, and I did list like a ridiculous amount. I'm going to require that there's at least 3 levels worth. It could be a single one of those affixes that's got 3 levels, or 3 different ones. But yeah, we'll be a little bit pickier. So here's some timey-wimey stuff. I can't, there's no bridge here. But if I go to a different time, there still won't be the bridge, but we'll find an alternate path around.
I cannot do that.
I mean, this part of it, I mean, all of it is in the campaign. It is linear because that's the nature of these types of games. But it makes it feel slightly less linear. Like buttered bread fresh from the oven. See, my family does too. We always get in fights because I do not let them touch that bread until it has cooled and rested for at least a couple hours. Like, no, not allowed. There it is. It is really delicious. The bread fresh out of the oven. You cut into it, and then, you know, it's all steamy. And then, yeah, you throw some butter on there. It's great. The problem is then the rest of the loaf becomes bone dry, and it ruins it. So it's fine for little dinner rolls that you're just like individual ones or whatever, or things you're completely going to consume then. But yeah, what you want to do is let it cool so that all that steam that gets let out when you cut into it, you want that steam to be reabsorbed inside the bread so that it stays nice and moist and tender. So usually what I do with the baking is I bake it late at night and then let it rest overnight.
I cannot do that.
And then we have it for breakfast. You're a monster. Some people are being blocked in Twitch chat because they're calling me a monster. Okay, so I'm going to empower these to the max level, which I think will also result in the hardest fight in the end. Every time I look at Twitch chat for a second, and YouTube chat, I just mean chat in general, I take extra damage. Yeah, I don't think our DPS is keeping pace here. I mean, admittedly, we haven't upgraded our weapon in a bit. We'll have to find a decent base and try to do a little crafting with it. I'll probably have to start shattering some items. Not that we have much of that. Like, once we get to the end game, we're going to have infinite amount of all the common runes. And also infinite amounts of, like, the shattering glyphs or whatever they're called. But right now, we're still a little bit on the budget mode. Did have one axe that I almost equipped that did have a chance to start ignites, but because we don't have any multipliers or anything for any of that now, it wouldn't have really helped. Now, okay, I gotta pull back for a sec. Actually, I wonder if I run back this way, if there might have been some health pots left on the ground.
I cannot do that.
Looks like the answer to that is no. Oh, thanks for drop. One thing that's nice. So health pots normally drop when you kill an enemy, but when it comes to fighting bosses and elites, they have a chance to drop it on hit. Pot, go. Die. Woof. All right. So yeah, all these shards, these are all crafting items. Gonna level up here. So yeah, I'll take the Blade Storm. And then maybe backfill some stuff, and then theoretically use that on a single boss target. So this spawns swords that then go and attack other things. I don't know if I've ever used multi-strike. Or if I did, it might have been before, like this version, if it's gone through. Okay, let's just leave this area. No reason to kill these guys. Use a bread maker or elbow power. So I don't use a bread maker. And I do make it completely by hand sometimes, but I do have a KitchenAid with a kneading hook. So that's what I use. Because kneading's a lot of work. Like, you know, you're watching Bake Off, right? The Great British Baking Show, as it's known in North America, because Bake Off is trademarked by Pillsbury, I think? Something like that. But yeah, so when I watch Bake Off, right, and people are like, they show people kneading the bread, they show them doing it for like 10 seconds. It's like, no, it takes so much goddamn longer than that. Hell, it takes a while even in the KitchenAid. Till it stops being shaggy. You know, last thing I want to do is give myself some freaking carpal tunnel syndrome and not be able to play computer games. Just because I decided to make bread. So yeah, I have done it. Usually when if I'm having to do it manually, because I didn't have a KitchenAid for about a year. My last one, the motor died on it. And I just got a new one for my birthday? Did I get it for the holidays? I only just unboxed it. It's been in box for a while. No, it's not my birthday. My birthday's in 2 weeks. So yeah, it was for Christmas. I got a new one, and I only unboxed it last week, because Essentia is doing like she's got a restricted diet right now for some digestive stuff. Doesn't matter, but like basically trying to avoid gluten for a while and see what that's like. So it's like, well, I guess I'm not making bread right now, but she's currently in Scotland, so I'm like, yeah, let's get out the KitchenAid, make some bread. Plus, I'm visiting my parents, and that's my contribution to our Easter dinner. So yeah,
I cannot do that.
I like it with that, just the blend.
I cannot do that.
I've never used one of those like all-in-one bread machines. You just put ingredients in, hit a button, and walk away. I've had bread from it. It's good. So yeah, there's the forge. The forges where you forge items are physically present in the world. I suspect originally they were probably intending you to walk here, but you can just access it no matter where you are, anytime you want. No, F. Yeah, just F. Loads this up, and then Shift F is for your loot filter, but F is for the forge where we can forge things. So, see, I don't think it's going to be stronger. You got to look at the attack speed doesn't matter for us as far as I know. I don't think Warpath uses their attack speed in any way. I think all that matters is the base damage of the weapon, like the flat damage that's generated. And the Slayer's, like the Cultist Chopper, has 31 melee damage versus 25, but the Vow has the plus 18, which is added on top of that. So it's still just going to be more and more better. But if we start to get close, and if we got some like on damage procs, so that's interesting because it's 25 plus the 16, but it's clearly worse. But we could craft. I think it would be pointless to do that now. Chance of poison on hit is interesting. The dots in this game I feel are pretty fun. The damage over time effects. Because there's 3 different ones that do damage. I don't think shock is one, right? I mean, shock exists, but I don't think it does damage. There's like ignite. Is there a frost one? As I was gonna say, there's ignite, poison, and bleed. I think those are the 3 damage over time effects, and they all stack. Let's say frostbite. Yeah, maybe, eh? But I don't know if they all work the same anymore. They used to all basically do damage, but at like different tick rates, and different ways to burn off. I can't remember what they are. This does have really good built-in help, though. Like, the game guide has, I mean, probably damage over time. It versus damage over time. Ailments. But, like, okay. Burn. Or ignite. And stack unlimited number of times. Each stack deals 40 damage. Oh, that's the other interesting thing. The dots don't scale. A lot of games will be like, the dot is like a percentage of your base weapon. They're like, no, this is its own damage. Okay, so if I clear this out and just look at the ailments. There we go here. So yeah, all the element mechanics and how they get applied. Things will have a chance to apply. You can have over 100% chance to apply something, in which case it can apply twice. So here's the game flow. If you have 235% ignite chance, with Fireball, each Fireball will apply 2 stacks of ignite, and then 35% chance to apply a third one, which is great. So yeah, the bleed is 53 damage over a 3-second unlimited stack. But the poison is weird, right? Stacks an unlimited number of times, and only first 30 stacks reduce poison resistance. They deal less damage per stack. But yeah, subscribe some of the resistance so it works differently. And I thought the charges... No, I'm thinking of Inkbound. Inkbound, the damage over time stacks get removed in different ways from one another. Inkbound's an excellent game. Got a little samey. We played it a few weeks with our multiplayer group, and it's quite fun, but it did start to feel very samey. Oh, loot lizard. Stay put.
I cannot do that.
Okay, multi-strike. Okay, multi-strike is hitting for like 1,000 per hit there. No, just specifically against the lizard. You were seeing that, right? It looked like 1,000s of damage to me with the multi-strike on the loot lizard. Maybe the loot lizard just has much lower armor or some shit. Maybe it goes down over time. I like the attributes. I should probably just start drawing. Oh, hold on. double the armor. It's got the vitality, some resistances. Okay, we'll wear that. See, if we do a hammer throw build, I might want to go and shred this. I probably have some. If I go here and I go to Rune of Shattering. Actually, it's like the other rune I probably prefer. 2 runes of rival. We'll shatter this. Yeah, I only got 2 mana shards. That's too bad. A lot of times when I get the items that give like pluses to a skill, I really want to make sure that those affixes get added to my crafting. They can be quite valuable. Oh, there's also Electrify, Shock Dot. Okay, there. I can probably take the stabs out. I don't think they're not going to have the base damage that I'm looking for here. You can pick. You can go a lot more complex with the filters and have the filter change automatically based on your level, or rather, some rules only apply when you're at a certain level versus other rules. Because what we might be interested in right now, we're just allowing, say, we're allowing two-handed weapons with certain traits, but in practice, we only want the whatever, the highest tier of two-handed sword or axe or whatever that we can wield right now. Like, we're currently level 15, so we don't want to see things that are meant for, like, level 3s. We want to see stuff that, like, oh, if a new sword just came online at level 14, the new base item, it's like, oh, then only show me those, really. And you can do that. Yeah, I need like a real-time DPS counter to know in practice what's best. What does this say on the tooltip? Yeah, I mean, it definitely says the Warpath is more, but I don't think that's accurate. I don't think the sword, I think it's only telling me the DPS of the basic melee attack. It's not factoring in all the secondary effects. I think the multi-strike is actually doing more to a single target. I mean, one would hope so. Certainly the idea. It feels like there's a lot more damage numbers going on there. I don't like not being able to see myself.
I cannot do that.
I guess while I'm moving around, this is quite nice. I'm wondering if it's worth... Do I have a skill slot? Because it might be worth speccing into Lunge. Like, if Lunge lets me close with a boss and maybe applies a good debuff on them. Like, I could see myself lunging to close back in, taking advantage of the debuff. Like, for level clear, it doesn't matter, because I'm not really lunging at things. I'm mostly just constantly spinning at them. So you don't get these attack routines in Grim Dawn. And I love Grim Dawn. Okay, the bosses are nowhere near as dynamic. Not that this is a particularly challenging thing, but I mean, it's so early game, you're not really expecting too much here. And I suspect lots of newer players would die to stuff like this. Alright. I still think our raw DPS is pretty bad.
The void gave him such power. If only it hadn't taken his mind as well. In the name of the gods.
No, go away. I need to be able to see this right here.
He might be kind enough.
No, okay. Level 20 will unlock the next thing. All right. Before I go upstairs, let's go to the vendor. I mean, it's always possible that I'm missing something, but it's not going to be a big deal. Get that. Keep my current one there. Rid of that. Bella, you seriously knocking things over? I know I'm not actively paying attention to you, but that doesn't mean you have to go and try to, like, break things. This I'm wearing just for the 7% lightning resist. Yeah, all right. I guess I'll still do that.
Take care.
Yeah, I don't have an empty specialization slot, but I do have it on my bar. Like, the lunge is there. I mean, really, right now, right, this is all I'm potentially using. It's like, here, let's put Warpath on all these keys. No matter what. It's like, I can just vaguely mash my keyboard, and it'll Warpath, except I actually have to hold down the key. Alright, Shoes Mastery. So, I'm gonna go Paladin. Again, I've gone the Warpath Void Knight. Very fun. I haven't played Forge Guard yet. I don't know if I played Paladin. I think I did maybe once try it and I did some sort of smite build. But I'm going to go Paladin over here because it's got a bunch of Ignite shit. So I think we're going to do this. Holy Aura. You and nearby allies passively gain 30% increased damage, 15% elemental resist. Activating Holy Aura double. Okay, hang on a second. Is that seriously... Do I have it? Do I have to have it on my bar? We'll see if we get a buff when we're in a level. Is this because obviously we'll want to slot this in. If there's just this passive thing that we can slot in for specialization, that's amazing. Okay, so we can actually spend points in any of the 3 masteries here. For Void Knight and Forge Guard, I can't go past the chain because I'm not specialized, but I can still go and spend points and get their shit here. I can also get their abilities, their shield throw, their manifest armor, the volatile reversal, abyssal echoes, devouring orb. I can get all these by spending enough points in these trees. And then there's the Paladin tree, which there's no chain. I can go all the way to the end and get everything in here. I'm going to be focusing on the Paladin tree, I think, because we can get like a lot of, I think, both physical and elemental stuff. Like, we want to go up here. Phoenix Strike, chance to ignite on hit, fire penetration with ignite into more strength, fire resistance, shred chance per strength. Okay, stack a bunch of strength and use that to shred fire resist while we do fire resist everywhere. Oh, 14 messages were deleted by moderator. Unfortunately, I think that probably happened automatically. Oh yeah, that was by Moobot. Sorry, Finn. I don't know what it was, and I don't see the deleted messages in here, so I don't know what triggered it. So, but anyway, hold on. You're not gonna let me put a spell point in here, are you? No, there we go. I was gonna say I shouldn't be able to spend here until I get 20, but do we not actually get a message about it? Because I got a skill point you can't spend, and I know it's because you need 20 in your base tree first. But are we getting a physical indication of that? Oh. Anyway, we're going to do this, which will give us 20. Which also unlocks Smite, which is interesting. Yeah, now when I get more skill points, I should be able to spend them in here. Yeah, I know it won't allow, but if you're a new player and you don't know why, like, there was no message telling me, oh, you can't put a point in here, you get 20. Maybe it was on screen somewhere. And again, I didn't expect to, because I know you have to put 20 in. I wasn't shocked about that. I was surprised because it looked like it was going to let me. Okay. With my Warspin, or Warpath, I was going here. Can you cast things? So again, if you go at the Void Sentinel, you go down this route, and it's just amazing. We want to go this way, I think, for... Yeah, this adds bleed chance, but this converts the bleed into fire. Like, change their base physical damage to fire, change the bleed to ignite. Maybe I should focus on this direction now. Maybe I don't go down this branch at all. Oh, okay. It didn't actually mean the full despecialization. I don't think it matters. I think I was going to end up with exactly the same number of points to spend. 2 there, 1 here, resetting that. Took the points out of there. The way it works is your skills level up with XP. Your skills have a maximum level of 20. You are capped at a certain level depending on your character level, but there's also a minimum. So because of what level my character is, my skill does start at level 3. So I get those 3 points immediately, even despite respecking. And we have accelerated XP gain until a certain point. So I'm going to do that. Okay. I'm going to despecialize the multi-strike completely. Put the Holy Aura in there. And then what direction might we want to go into? Well, there's some fire shit over here. Grants you and your allies chance to ignite. Okay. Let's just go down the we set shit on fire. I mean, all the attack speed is good too. Global fire, lightning, flame burst. Melee hits... Does my Warpath count as triggering melee hits? I think so. It's apply 10 stack Fire Inquisition. The melee hits of other allies affected by the aura supply 1 stack. Right, so I do 10. My allies still contribute. If an enemy reaches 60 stacks, stacks are consumed to release a flame burst, dealing fire damage to surrounding enemies. How useful is this, actually? Because the things that are likely to apply a lot of stacks to are going to be bosses. And with bosses, there's not usually just fighting the one thing. It says damage to surrounding enemies, unless it does actually damage itself. Scales with the stats of the player or minion that triggers it. I wonder if that's actually useful to me. Maybe. But I'm thinking I'm just going to go... I mean, I don't have... Hold on. I don't actually have the fire stuff yet. Like, I'm wondering if maybe what I want to do is start by just going into the physical damage. More resistances route. Nah, fuck it. Let's commit to the fire thing completely. And in our thing here, we can drop, like, we can be like, first of all, ailments. The only ones I'm interested in are Ignite. Shredding armor on hits fine. Shred armor mostly blocks against physical, but it also helps against other things to a lesser extent. But we're looking for things that will ignite. And for damage, right now we had everything enabled. We're looking for fire damage. I guess I'll probably still tag the physical damage because we're not converting our damage yet. We'll probably need a little bit of this still. These are probably less good because they're split with a minion, but we'll put it in there and consider something like that. Well, that's true. Armor doesn't work on dots. You're right. But okay, so I'm going to be converting the hits from my Warpath to fire, from physical to fire. And that does work for armor. But it's possible that the bulk of my damage might actually come from Ignite, in which case Armor Shred doesn't matter. Whatever. I mean, I'll enable it because I think at this stage in the game, it's still going to be nice to pick up. And there's likely going to be some other things that are kind of like pointless for our build. Like for Sentinel, the other thing I can do is turn this off and just focus on the thing for the build. But in general, I think these are going to be higher value things to pick up and then potentially shred for future builds. Okay. We've got that. That's possible. Actually, do I want to respec my base Sentinel stuff here? Because I've got things for melee physical. I guess I can keep it for now because it's actually making a big difference for the moment. But once I get the node where all my Warpath damage is being converted to fire, then I think I'll respec my base tree. Okay, I'm still... Oh, I'm still in another town. Okay. Like, why aren't my skills available?
Thank you. There is an old passage to the surface. I will dispel.
Greetings. Do not dwell on regrets. May a terror smile upon you. Farewell.
We gamble for a new weapon. Oh, that's actually interesting.
I cannot do that.
First of all, I should check the actual just base of Ender, just in case. But then, yeah, we could consider gambling for a weapon. We could... There could be things like a specific, like, level range. Like, I might want to wait until another level or two because it'll unlock a new weapon type. Okay, it's nothing to buy right now.
I cannot do that.
You feeling lucky?
So it's the same base item. I can refresh, but yeah, I think we'll wait. I don't know if we've got access to a much better base weapon yet. So I think it's pretty low odds that we're going to get something that's better than what we've got currently. Fire spec might change armor shred to fire resist shred. It might. I think it just said it changed physical damage to fire and bleed to ignite. Yeah. And then we get fire penetrate from ignite. No, it's not converting the physical shred. So yeah, the question will become, do I think I'm doing... Am I going to be primarily doing damage over time? And I think the answer is yes. I think what we probably want is we want the spins to inflict high percentage ignite chance, and we'll do a damage over time build. Although it doesn't mean we necessarily ignore the on-hit effects. This guy resists physical damage. Which is what I'm doing right now. So what I'm going to do, I'm not going to invest in the Paladin right away, because if I start unspecking things here, I'll have to refund the points to the Paladin. Instead, what I'm going to do is start putting points in where I'm going to for this character. Which these are still fine. Generic increased damage is good. The Vitality is good, and the Juggernaut is good. We want to replace Overwhelm. So I'm going to put 5 points somewhere else in this tree, so then I can unspec Overwhelm later on. I mean, I'm not going to go down block. The Vitality and Regen might be worth it. Or health. And we don't have the movement speed. The health is good. How about I go to 5 points in Relentless to get stun immunity? That seems like an idea. Yeah, you know, I just want to speed past this level.
I cannot do that.
Screw this level. Oh, is there a boss fight here? That's okay, that'll be worth it. Hello, Skitter. I don't know if I'm used to seeing the bosses or elites or whatever, the unique enemies on the map. Have I run into this guy? Is this something new with Season 2? I have to admit, I didn't read the like 20,000 pages of patch notes from start to finish. I only have a vague idea of what to expect. Champion Engineer, so that's a champion. Okay, hold on, I remember reading maybe something about this. So it's like a tier above, like, rare enemy, but still not like a full boss. Okay, that's cool. What is that? There's one of the debuffs we're putting on that guy. It almost looks like a rotten green hand. I don't know what I was triggering there. Yeah, what am I doing? Oh, I'm doing some Electrify. Oh, I guess it's like a Lightning Spark. I'm also doing a little bit of Ignite, but barely. Yeah, a little like the Rogue Exiles and Poe, maybe, yeah, in terms of difficulty class. I mean, this first one was certainly a lot easier than I'd say Rogue Exiles are in Poe, but even here, not really stacking that much dots yet. We haven't done anything for it, really. But those numbers will start to go up like crazy. Okay. Now the trick will be to get the like balance of dots correct, that when we're going through a level, I can just sort of hit and ignore and have faith that they'll burn and die behind me, but hopefully not too far that I don't see the items. That's the downside to these like damage over time builds. You're like constantly walking away and then they die behind you and you're like, oh, hold on, you dropped something that I want. So, okay, so I just activated the Holy Aura, like, which doubled with the benefit that it's giving me. But presumably, even while it's not active, it was giving me stats. I was hoping to, like, see a little indicator. I don't know if I can get a breakdown from where these stats are coming from. Oh, also, my stats go down when I'm not spinning. Or when I'm spinning. I lose 30% of the elemental resists. I mean, presumably this is just working. I don't know if it has to... oh, that's what I want to check, is does it have to be in my toolbar? And I'm assuming the answer to that is yes. Oh, yeah, I have no points at all in my Molten Strike, so let's not use that. Should not need it on the toolbar if you don't need to press it. Yeah, but things are a little different in this game. Like summons and stuff like that, if you remove them from the toolbar, they go away as well, right? In this. So what we're going to check is my... Okay, so let's say 65% for the fire resist. If I remove this... No, it's still there. Okay. But presumably it... Oh, no, it went down to 50. There you go. See? There. That's what I thought. Yeah. Passive and proc abilities have to be slotted in for them to do something. There you go. And then we see the little glow under our feet and everything. Yeah, okay.
Cannot do that.
The idea with this game, proc effects, actual proc effects that happen off of other spells don't have to be in your toolbar. So let's say, for example, one of the skills I can get with this character is Smite. But you can go with a build that auto-casts Smite while you do other things. In which case, it will use, if you specialize in Smite, it will use your specialization for those casts. But you don't actually need it on your toolbar.
I cannot do that.
But other passive and similar effects to this one, and abilities that do like auto-trigger based on their own conditions, I think do have to be on your toolbar.
I cannot do that.
Your toolbar is the skills your character really has.
I cannot do that.
The cultists had a philosophy. The void transcends reality. And by embrace...
Oh, it said 20 points required at the bottom of the Paladin skill window? Okay. Like, it must have said it somewhere, and I just couldn't see it.
After all,
sorry, Josh, I didn't notice your message earlier.
This world was gone. If they devoted themselves to despair...
Sugar-free cola. Yum, yum.
I cannot do that. I cannot do that.
But one of the issues I had with the Void Knight, or whatever that special... I think Void Knight, yeah? Yeah, Void Knight. Spin. Is it really, like... I think there were only 3 skills that I needed to specialize in. Portal Champion. Alright. Yeah, this is definitely new. So I'm hoping with the value that the fact that there's a Holy Aura available to me here in the spec means at least there'll be like another specialization that is useful for something. But yeah, the Void Knight version, I was basically like, I was really not using all my specialization slots for the build. There was just nothing else I was ever going to use. I think I put in a couple of dummy skills in there just because whatever, but yeah, literally never used them. I don't think there's going to be a lot of buttons on this build. But I like it. I don't like to play like big piano builds. I don't want too many things to click. Half the time I'm watching YouTube or Netflix or something like that while I'm playing.
Do that. I cannot do that.
He cannot do that. Ah. I put all in that effort in damaging you. I want the XP.
I cannot do that. I cannot do that.
Yes, don't run away too far. I mean, I think as he runs, he drops more gold, but I think eventually he does summon a portal to just leave. That turn you off about Poe 2, lots of button presses? Yeah. I mean, in Poe 1, you could really, if you wanted to, I mean, the multi-button press builds were still the strongest, generally speaking. But you could make a fairly passive automated build with, like, cast on damage taken or cast on crit kind of things. I don't think Poe 2 can do as much of it because you can only slot in 1 copy of any one support gem.
I cannot do that.
Though I think there's, like, at least one of the assumptions gets you past that, right?
Stand down or die.
I might be getting confused about some stuff. 45 seconds until the loot lizard disappears. Okay, 45 seconds isn't bad. That's a lot of time to react to that. So I'm gonna put 1 point into Quicksilver Wind, and it is nice to move faster with this because you move slower normally. So getting the increased attack speed is, or increased movement speed is very convenient. And yeah, I guess I was just, yeah, I was going to do this. Okay. And over here. Well, I guess I will go this way. We'll get the flame burst unlocked. See how it feels like.
cannot do that.
I've not played Poe, but is it worth it now? Poe 2 is out. Well, Poe 2 you still have to pay for to play, right? Or is that one of the things I got rid of with 0.2? Path of Exile 1 is free. I mean, Last Epoch isn't. But no, Path of Exile 1 I think is still, like, quite strong.
I cannot do that.
Hey, Gorm. Goram Fracton? It's a good name. Dilute Lizard. Who's laughing? I was very confused now that reference for Last Epoch. Yeah, I mean, the thing that makes Path of Exile confusing is that there's so much content for it. And a lot of, like, mechanics and things that can interact in complex ways with its system. Which is one of the things that makes it so good as well. Right? The massive build diversity, huge endgame, lots of ways to get around, get to accomplish your itemization through very complex crafting. But it's a lot. I had 1,000 hours in the Path of Exile, and I have no idea how to play it at this point. Admittedly, I haven't played much for a very long time. That's part of the issue. But even when I was really actively playing it, I never really understood it. And you can't really just make a build blind. One of the nice things with the respec system in Grim Dawn and Last Epoch and things, and the fact that you can't really brick your character too much, is you can just play blind without any guides. You can absolutely get through the campaign with anything. I mean, you can get through the campaign, I think, probably without, like, ever spending a skill point or anything like that, if you really wanted to. And then it's only if you want to push the absolute extended, you know, highest level endgame, then you may be like, oh, hold on, okay, we're gonna have to, like, do some math, look up build guides, see what kind of theory crafting people have come up with. Bella's whining, and I'm not sure why. It's definitely not dinner time. And I let you out to pee just before we started the stream, so it's not that either. Okay, so we're up to 23 points. I have to put 2 more dummy points in somewhere to remove that. I might... Nope. Probably not. Nope. Probably a couple points in Fearless. And then I can remove all the points in Overwhelm. Actually, I can start removing the points in Overwhelm now, actually. I should just do that. I just didn't want to invest in Paladin yet, because it was going to be really awkward to shuffle things. Because it won't let you remove, like, go below 20 points in your base passive tree if you've got stuff in your mastery trees. If you only, like, respec 1 point at a time, it's just awkward. Okay, so we're going to go here. So now, okay, now our spin's going to have a bleed chance, which isn't what we're building towards, but we're going to convert the bleed chance to ignite chance later on. What's my void resistance? Oh, 75%. Shit, I could eat these hits. I didn't realize I was capped on void resistance. I surely face tank this. Resistance is less critical in this game than Path of Exile because of the way that negative resistance works. Because like most ARPGs, the high-level content effectively gives you negative resistances to things. And depending on... Because negative percentages are actually not well-defined, how they are applied to all situations. So depending on how the negative percentages are implemented, the amount of damage you take while at negative resistance can be apocalyptic, or can be not good, but not the end of the world. And in Path of Exile, negative resistances are, you are going to insta-die. Like, you have to have your resistance capped all the time. Here, it's not so, although in practice, you want your resistance capped in general for survivability. It's, like, never a bad thing. This is quite the glove upgrade, although it's giving us more void resistance we don't currently need. New. It's interesting. Probably, no, it's going to be a downgrade for sure. 247. Not by as much, and there's crafting available on this weapon. But no, I think the base 20 damage is too low. I'm not going to bother. This is for rogues only over here. Oh, we got that from a champion. Oh, it's got the haste after you evade, dodge while you evade. That's actually quite cool as a rogue item. Oh, I want this ring for sure. Certainly better than the Scholar Silver Ring of Life, although I do like the movement speed and the health. This ring still had health. The strength is good for us. The increased damage time will be amazing for us. Bella is still whining. I'm going to see. Maybe she needs out. I don't think so, but let's see. Bella? You want to go outside? Come on. Stairs. Up the stairs. Nope. Absolutely refused to go out. Just stood next to where we keep the snacks. She was just begging for a treat. Mm-hmm. Oh, that's interesting. Huh. +1 shadows. Okay, sell you. No, I'll just sell that. Oh. Yeah, I should put this on for the double resistances. The mana and attunement doesn't really mean anything for us, but... I guess I don't need the void resist, and it's got physical damage. We lose a potion slot, but that's fine. I think this Penitent Remedy is better for our survivability. We lose some void resistance, we're overcapped anyway. We lose armor, which sucks, but we gain a lot of flat health from just the intrinsic. We lose the strength and the flat health like second time, but we get a lot of... I don't know, it might be 6 of 1, half a dozen, but let's do it anyway. +1 maximum shadow is interesting. We're actually not using a build that uses the shadows. I don't know if I can do anything with that base item. I'm just going to box it. Since we do some research on it. There we go. Okay, let's go.
I cannot do that.
Greetings.
Okay, no, we already talked to you and got the quest.
Who are you?
I cannot do that.
You cannot do that. Mm-hmm. I see your weird darkness.
I cannot do that. I cannot do that.
We're starting to get a lot of those runes for crafting.
I cannot do that. I cannot do that.
Who's got that? Laugh. Also, is something following me? Like, why are there little clumps on the ground? Oh, I think it might have been this spiteful cockroach. Am I going the wrong way for the quest here? I mean, I got a quest marker to our south, so I guess I should go that way. Hello, Void Horror. Oh, no.
I cannot do that.
I think, I was going to say, don't I have a quest to kill all those Void Horrors?
Stand down.
There we go.
I cannot do that.
Alright, damage is currently feeling fairly satisfying. I still think our boss killing is probably a little slow. And we don't have the survivability to really just be like, well, that's okay. We'll kill slow, but we'll grind it out. At least we don't have to worry about mana. Hello, Void Cleave. Hello, level 19. Oh, I meant to do a respec of my passives. Hold on, I think didn't I see a hint that there was a teleport over here? There's the waypoint. We'll work our way towards the waypoint. We'll go respec so we can start putting points into our Paladin tree. Oh yeah, I was going to put 2 points into Fearless. Yeah, I got to remember the... one thing I was worried about is that while it was on cooldown, it wasn't giving me the passive, but that's not actually the case. Oh, we got a champion over here. If I start to take damage, I'll just whack the E. The health on melee hit, I think, is probably pretty good with this kind of build. For constant regen. Did you maybe die already? Are we getting some bleeds? Yeah, we're getting some bleeds, some fire. The occasional ignite. The occasional shock, I mean. Also the occasional ignite, but I'd already said that. Whack, 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 whack. The shit's gonna, like, look on fire, which is gonna be very appealing here. Should I use both Q and W? Maybe it'll do more damage if I use both. No. In fact, it's quite bad because it resets my animation every time. Alright, give me a good drop. There you go, Spark Champion Sash. But Spark doesn't sound like the sort of thing we want. Increase spell damage, 9% chance for Lightning Blast to chain 4 additional times. Okay, Lightning Blast isn't one of my skills, is it? But it's not class specific. I guess the other one, maybe the base item was class specific, like the one I sold, not the one I kept. Okay, let's go pop this.
I cannot do that.
Ooh. Looking at chat for a sec. I did hit my E. I did hit my aura before I looked at chat as a safety thing, and it's probably a good thing I did. Although, if these guys are hitting for void, I think it's only elemental damage that's getting buffed by my E, so it might not have actually done anything one way or another here. My mana definitely doesn't go up while I'm channeling. Now, I think it does. It used to be, if I recall correctly, in last Epoch here, while you were channeling anything, your mana wasn't regenerating. And then there was a bunch of different shit to, like, offset the cost of channeling or make it give you ways to somehow gain mana while channeling and all this complex bullshit. It was really annoying with, like, the disintegration build. And I think they changed it to, you know what? This is stupid. We're going to make it so you can regenerate mana while you're channeling. We'll just increase the cost of all the channeling to kind of offset that. Go nuts. Okay, so I just want to go to end of time real quick to do respects. Yeah, now mana reason, but channels are more expensive, exactly. And I think it's just so much easier to understand because I think the assumption is that you're just always regenerating mana, aren't you? Kind of thing as a new player.
I cannot do that.
And to realize that you're not, and like, okay. Yeah, respecialized mastery. That is different. Okay, so what I want to do here is I'm going to pull the points out of Overwhelm. There we go. And then I'll put the second point into Fearless. I mean, I might end up with something else, but right now it seems okay. More armor, less damage taken near my enemies, which is going to be everyone. Just increased damage and 100% increased stun immunity duration after being stunned and more stun avoidance. Seems like an okay idea. And then the 8 points in Juggernaut, Strength, Fire, and Void Resistance. Sounds very useful. So now we're going to go down to Paladin. Again, I might, like, especially if I'm looking for one of these particular skills here, I could invest into one of these trees, and some of these might give useful stuff. I mean, who doesn't love health, void resistance, physical resistance, for example? And with 5 points in it, get a percentage decrease of some of these things. But I think we'll just go straight into Paladin. And yeah, we're looking for more of the ignite stuff. So this is fine because increases physical, which is good now. It'll increase fire damage, which is going to be good when we convert everything over and give us the penetration. I don't know that we need attunement. So some skills scale with different stats. So Warpath scales with strength, for example, not attunement. And this doesn't scale based on any stat whatsoever. Also, these also scale if you remember to spend your skill points. There we go. There's Earth Scorcher. So now we're officially now a fire damage type person. So in fact, I will drop physical completely from the loot filter. I guess I'll put 2 more points into Firestorm, which does lead us to Flame Burst, which we'll play with and see what it feels like. Yeah, so Conviction in this case would now just be for fire damage and Fire Pen. I don't need attunement. The generic elemental resistance is nice, but I think we're probably going to hit that cap regardless. I don't think we need Defiance. And we don't have shields, so we're not going to be blocking. Okay, so I guess I'm going to be investing into Conviction until at least 5 points in it, and then starting down this stuff. We might end up putting some more in there later, but we'll see. Okay, that's good. So now what I want to do is return. How do I get the? There we go. The quest list. So just pick a quest and go. They increase the cost of all channels by the base mana regen of the class. There we go. So mathematically, it works out the same, but more convenient.
I cannot do
Hang on. Wherever this is going. Oh, because it's towards the Undercity. Okay, I think I want to go to the Ruins of Welrin. I think is probably where I just was. Oh, okay. I was worried that their server was having a glitch. Things have been perfect for us, other than I was hoping to start at 1. I think we started about 10 after, because I couldn't log in right away. Ever since then, things have been perfect. Well, I guess there was that one weird glitch where, like, the map wasn't loaded. That may not have been a server issue. That might have been a client issue on the new patch or something. But disconnected to the character selection screen, went back in. Everything's been perfect ever since. Die. Oh, I want to adjust the loot filter. Control F. Click here, click here. Don't kill me, bro. Damage type. I don't want fire damage. I don't want physical damage. I don't want physical penetration. There you go. Oh, we almost died. Because it took me a very long time. A speedrunner I am not.
I cannot do that.
But we'll be seeing a lot fewer drops now. And I still got too many things. Level 20, so we can get another skill specialization. It's probably, I don't know. I'll just slot in the lunge. I won't actually bother figure out where. I'll just let it earn some XP for a little bit. And yeah, there we go. 5 points in conviction. We now have the healing hand skill, which maybe that gets slotted in. I don't know. Heals all allies in target area. And then lingering warmth for damage over time. Like, it's entirely possible we might just invest in that skill. I don't know. Ouch. Put it on my W, which is what I was using for my spin. Actually, here's what I'm thinking. I'm not using the multi-strike at all. I'm just going to put my spin on my right click. There you go. One-handed gameplay. Very enjoyable. Doop, 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 doop. Yeah, this is the way. Maximum lazy mode. That's why I like pet builds, and that's why I like Warpath. Because you can be super duper lazy with it. Although I have to say, the Falcon build that I was running in the last season was extremely fun. I don't remember what it's called, but the Falconeer has some sort of ability that's sort of like, I feel like it's like kind of a leap forward and throw daggers, but you can have it like trigger another set of daggers from some other effect. I can't remember what it was, but it's like, I don't know, whatever it was, it felt fantastic. High mobility, daggers were being flung all over the goddamn place. I mean, I'm betting I can access that character as long as if I'm looking at the non-Season 2 ladder mode. It was insanely fun. Anyway, we gotta go around and clear all the phylacteries here.
I cannot do that.
1 or 2 button builds are always fun. Yeah, arguably, like, sometimes you can fall into, oh, this character isn't actually very entertaining to play, because it's so brain dead, but generally I like it, because I'm more about, like, okay, can I think about optimizing my move, or picking up the loot, or some other aspect, rather than just, okay, I've got a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. World of Warcraft really got to all the builds, really needed quite a lot of patterns for, well, several of the classes. And probably most, or not all, if not all the classes. But I remember when I was like doing raiding as a feral druid, the DPS cycle was so annoyingly complex to optimize that there were like mods to help like keep track of the sequence. It was like, okay, use your 6, your 5. Okay, then go 1, 1, 1, 1, 3, 1, 1, 2, 1. Oh, go back to 5 and 6 for a little bit. Okay, now come back over here and do this because you're having to keep up so many dots and so many debuffs, and you're just watching all these like debuff timer bars count down, and when one like expired, you had to hit that, and like at some point you realize you're not watching the fight. I mean, you're sort of got the debuff bars positioned down at your character's feet so you can see if you're standing in fire, but you're not seeing anything. I was like, man, it was very satisfying to like do extremely well in all the DPS meters, but
I cannot do that.
Whereas a different type of you have to be constantly on kind of attention was playing as healer. I like raid healing is an amazingly fun challenge. Incredibly joyous. Still having to use lots of different abilities optimized in different ways, but you have to be constantly responding dynamically to what you're facing. You know, how much is being managed on the tank versus random other people in the group. Like, depending on the size of the raid and how many healers, you might have had specific assignments and all kinds of different stuff. Anyway, this guy's about to explode. When I play Enhancement Shaman, I feel like I'm playing piano. Yeah, that's actually one of the classes I never really played because I was mostly Alliance. I started Horde, but because of various reasons, went Alliance, and that was mostly where I was. And for a long time, of course, everyone knows Alliance can't have Shaman. That'd be crazy. That'd be like Horde having Paladins, which obviously can't be something that's allowed, right?
Do that.
And I still haven't done your quest.
Very well.
I think that's down over here. I suppose I should check loot and vend. No, that's not going to be an upgrade. See, now this is increased physical damage, which doesn't do anything for us. Because you can't double dip. Like, I have a thing, it changes my physical damage to fire. I can't take advantage of the increased physical and then the increased fire at the same time. There might be some things that have a weird interaction like that I'm not too familiar with. Okay, melee damage leeches health is kind of nice. I don't know. I think we do crit. Actually, I think even dots crit in this game. Lose some armor, give some things. Loot. Yeah, actually, let me switch those around. And I should probably be doing more crafting, especially with some of the base stuff. Let's see, I want to trash that. What's this bottle? Vial. Okay, this is an offhand thing that's not for us. You can get a bunch more stash tabs. You just pay the gold that you pick up. The cost per stash tab goes up, but not that fast. You can have lots in different categories. And they've got the... Do they call it the affinity system in this game? I don't know. Or is that from Path of Exile? But they've got the thing where like you can flag a stash tab to be for a certain item, which then items will automatically be placed in there. If I had more Ignite, I would just like whack these guys and then walk away, but right now we don't, so there's no expectation that the dots will kill them.
I cannot do that.
Wolf, is that you? You got level 26 Exalted Boots with a tier 6 movement speed effect? That's crazy. Actually, I should really be prioritizing a lot more movement speed than I am. That's the real trick to fast leveling. Also, don't stop and kill absolutely everything. Because the idea is, like, what you want to do is get from zone to zone as quickly as possible, because the level of the enemies gets higher, and the XP gets higher, and the loot gets better. Like, as long as you're not dying, and it's not taking you forever to clear whatever, you really just want to go from zone to zone as quickly as possible. How the hell do I get to this quest marker?
Stand down.
I mean, the rares, I think, are worth more and probably worth stopping to kill. Of course, a big path, especially with the Warpath. Now, I don't know what kind of uniques I should keep an eye out for here with the Warpath build.
I cannot do that.
And if there are any that are really useful for the Warpath build, and I feel that there were, at least when I was playing the Void version, there were a couple of builds that were, or a couple of items that were really key to unlocking some cool shit. I feel like one of them was a chess piece, but I can't remember what it is. Did they fix the thing? There always used to be like a broken sort of square over here for this quest before you activated it. And I didn't see it this time on the minimap. That's nice. Could have always just been my computer the whole time. Maybe I needed to do a file validation, but there was always a visual glitch. I think it was here. a visual glitch here on the minimap for this. And then, yeah, after you kill this guy, then it turned into this little marker. But I feel like there was a funny symbol before that. All right, Paladin. So now we're going to go here for Ignite Chance, for sure. Yep. Divine Bolt on melee hit is, I mean, that's quite cool. This Valor stuff is also good. Like, we might end up picking up some of these, but yeah, we're going to focus on getting Ignite. Yeah, you right-click. Oh, yeah, in this game, you right-click on the tab to customize the, I don't know if they call it the Affinity one. I feel like Affinity is what they named it in Path of Exile. Oh, am I just done here? I think I am just done here. Yeah, sort of auto-suit sort. It was white rectangle. Yeah, you had that too. Yeah, there was a white rectangle there. Like, there was just a missing graphic icon. So actually, let's come over here for a sec. Yeah, there you go. So, I mean, so general is like the category, which you can recolor and put a little icon next to it, you know, if you wanted to. There's no automation there. But the actual stash tab, yeah, tab priority. That's what they call it in this one, tab priority. So you can make it, you could set it up so that, like, if you have multiple tabs, because you can shift right-click to move something into your stash tab, and if it matches one of those priorities, then no matter what tab you have open, the item will go into there. So you can make it so that, like, all unique swords go into one specific stash tab. I guess there's no vendor here, but that's okay. We don't have that much.
I cannot do that.
All right, we got some more dudes to kill. I do like the Nemesis system. That was cool. Like, Nemesis was like the season 1, right? Season 1 was it just called season 1 Nemesis, and that's where they added those. And they decided to keep it around.
I cannot do that.
The one thing the Diablo games in general have, and Diablo 4, we got to give it kudos for this, is really good attack animations and sound design and that sort of thing. There you go. These two guys who I couldn't turn in the quest before are now going to merge into some sort of crazy-ass monster. Void Amalgamation. So, oh, got up to 4 stacks of Ignite for a second. Mostly 1 and 2. Oh, got up to 3. A 3. A 4. 5 stacks of Ignite. Oh, baby. Because the Ignite runs for, I don't know, 3 or 4 seconds. I don't remember from the game guide. The different dots last for different amounts of time. So depending on how frequently I'm applying it, that'll kind of determine how many stacks we'll end up getting. And I don't think I've got anything equipped yet that's increasing my damage over time. But that'll be the other thing. So we're gonna focus on increasing the chance of igniting, and then increasing the damage of Ignite. Is Ignite damage increased by fire damage? And does Ignite still gets affected by fire resistance, so fire penetration affects that. Armor doesn't. And I think in this game, dots can crit, but I don't think it makes sense for us to go for the crit build. I might be wrong. Dots cannot crit. Okay. Some games, dots can crit.
I cannot do that.
I mean, I get confused between them. Yeah, we got another level up on lunge, but I'm going to ignore that. Dual tap on last load. Crit chance has no effect on dots. Oh, thank you very much. There you go. Well, I'm elected to lead, not read. Fire damage or bonus to damage over time. Fire resist shred. Okay. So increased fire damage does benefit Ignite. Is what you're saying. And that's what my assumption was, but I just realized, hold on. Now, the items are really good at being clear. We don't have one to show this, but we have seen a weapon that said something like plus 10 melee fire damage. In which case, I think that would only be adding damage to the actual melee attack and not contributing to the burn. But if I had an item that was increased fire damage, presumably would then boost the Ignite. Let's see. When we were looking at Ignite. Yeah, it doesn't say it clearly there. Yeah, I don't know. I wonder if there's somewhere in the guide that makes it explicitly clear. It does say it's fire damage over time. So presumably something that says increased fire damage would apply there. But different games can be really tricky with the sort of ailments versus... No, don't go that way. Versus the base damage about what applies where.
I cannot do that.
Burn, baby, burn. Pure physical damage builds tend to have slightly higher raw DPS numbers, just because armor has twice as much impact on DPS versus elemental.
I cannot do that.
But the actual effective DPS will be the same, if not better, on the other ones. But yeah, as in most ARPGs, a lot of times what you're ending up doing is, how do I convert my various attacks to a particular damage type and really maximize that? Or sometimes a couple, so that you have a backup in case there's a super resistant boss type enemy. Or you just counter with enough fire resistant shred. Okay. While spinning, you leave behind a burning trail that ignites enemies each second. Also, does this increase my ignite duration period as well? That's kind of nice. While spinning, you have additional spell damage. Does this scale with spell damage? No. Huh? Because it doesn't have the spell tag. It scales with fire, melee, area, channeled, movement, short range, strength. What's Path of Heaven for? While spinning, you have a chance to cast Smite each second on a nearby enemy. That is really fucking cool. The other thing we can do is... And oh, you have to go through Earth Scorcher to get there. Do we want that? And yeah, so it does work with Smite. Can Smite be cast without interrupting a channeled spell? And you can't have Ignite Smites. So I guess what we could do is we could go towards having Smite that's all fiery. And we could have our Warpath auto-cast Smites. Alternatively... Oh, melee fire damage to ignited. What's this? Deals more melee fire damage to ignited enemies. Oh! Okay. And ignited inflects has additional fire penetration. Okay, I mean, that seems good. Feels like we probably want Path of Fire. Feels like I probably want to max out Gorebringer, because this is actually increasing the ignite chance and duration. Warrior's Fury. For each second you continuously spin, Warpath deals more damage in a larger area, but costs more mana per second. Oh, so this is the... We're not going to be consistently doing it. I still like the area boosters and the flat damage boosters and the double damage, like the even more two-handed weapons. I think we ultimately have to choose between the smite shit or the just make the spin stronger and bigger. There are some spells that can be cast while channeling, which I did know, but you think smite does interrupt a warpath. Okay. Here's what I think. I want an Arsenal of Flame is what I want. No, I'm going to go Gorebringer first to increase our ignite chance, but I might go Arsenal of Flame next because I think right now we are still... A lot of our DPS is coming from just the raw hits rather than damage over time. So I'll make it so that our raw hits deal more damage to things that are ignited. I want a high ignite chance.
I cannot do that.
Yeah, with 4 points and pass smite, is 100% cast smite on hit. I'm just worried that like the mana might be unsustainable for that because we're still paying the smite cost. Like the Warpath, I can easily make it not really cast mana. In fact, I can go and make it so that we are netting mana while Warpathing, which there's no point to do right now. Right now we have it exactly balanced, so it's costing us 0. Right, if I went and activated this, and that, well, I'm still making... spells cost me no mana. Actually, I am gaining mana while spinning. Interesting.
cannot do that.
So the constant smite casting, I mean, would still help with clearing packs.
I cannot do
But
that.
I don't think Warpath really needs help with that. But casting smites would probably increase some single target damage. Smites also heal when they land. They damage enemies and they heal you, so it'd be a source of constant healing.
Cannot do that.
The other thing I think is rather than go down the branch of casting smites that way, I think there are idols I can get that auto-cast smite on hits. So I might still be able to contribute some smitage without doing that. Or I go down both and potentially get double smites sometimes while spinning? I don't know. Oh, hey, Blade. Hey, you'll get this finally. It does... the one biggest complaint, or the biggest sort of negative I had to say about Last Epoch for a long time, like, as I felt, okay, this game design is brilliant. It's a really... They are bringing modern thinking to an ARPG and somehow didn't ruin it. In fact, made it better. Like, what's awesome about action RPGs and what's shit about action RPGs? And let's make sure we, you know, optimize for that. And yeah, I think generally it's really brilliant. But I felt for a long time, like, so their designers were great. I felt for a long time their programmers were... Well, I don't know if it was that their programmers weren't good, but they may not have invested enough in the programming team. Because I felt like for a long time, there were a lot of bugs and issues and things. They had a long early access, and then they did their 1.0 drop, and it was still pretty rough. And there were still some issues, you know, with Season 1 and stuff like that. But so far, Season 2 has been really strong.
I cannot do that.
Yeah, it's a small team. Yeah, so I think they had great vision. You know, did they have enough funding for enough programmers to be able to constantly tackle enough of the bugs? I suspect their programmers are good, but, you know, probably stretched thin. But yeah, I always said the programming was the weakness of the Last Epoch game. But that doesn't seem to be as much of an issue anymore. It'll be interesting to see if we can do some multiplayer maybe, to see if that would still be an issue, just to test for performance. Normally, I blame the project manager for not prioritizing bug fixes over new features. Yeah, I never blame the programmers individually because I'm a programmer, and it's never the programmer's fault. It's always management and resource allocation. I still suspect there's probably, especially when we get to the monoliths or whatever, maybe not so much on this character, but I'm betting with characters with various movement skills, there's probably ways to clip outside the map still. It's kind of a persistent problem. Alright, dude, you are being very annoying. So they start their run when they take damage. I think if they're ignited, for example, I think that counts as it. Like, they stand still for like a beat, but then they run when they get hit. And I think if you're taking damage over time, they start running that much sooner as a result. So we're doing enough damage over time to cause them to run more, but not enough damage over time for them to actually take a bunch of damage while we're not hitting them. Yeah, don't know what to do with the smite. Oh, I guess I'll still invest in the Holy Aura. So I'm going to pick up Flame Burst now. So now our melee hits start applying stacks of Fiery Inquisition. Modifiers... Flame skills. Modifiers chance to apply ailments. Oh, modifiers to chance to apply ailments also modify the number of stacks applied. For example, your Warpath hits apply 6 stacks. And allies' Warpath hits have a 60% chance to apply. Okay, Warpath has an implicit reduced chance to apply ailments then, is what it's saying. Hits at twice your attack rate. Okay, so attack rate still matters. Okay, I hadn't noticed this. Attack rate still matters to affect the Warpath spin, but 40% less chance to apply ailments on hit because it hits so often in so many things, which is fine. I'm playing Risk of Rain 2 lately, and characters have similar mechanics. Okay, so we've empowered this to the max, so now we'll challenge this. And I'll use the correct key. Do this, and I'll be ready to hit E. Oh, I had no health pots going into this. That's not great. But I think we're a little sturdier. I guess I knew this guy was going to be the lightning guy. I could have checked to see if there was anything I could do to maximize my lightning resistance. I am using my aura pretty regularly. Although, yeah, my aura trigger is definitely using some mana. Funny, I'm just sitting at -1. But I'm still doing the spin. It's because I'm not, like, again, I'm regenning mana right now, even though it looks like I don't have anything. The way spells work in Last Epoch when it comes to mana is it will let you cast it if you don't have enough mana, but it'll go negative. And if you're at negative mana, then you can't cast spells. So you sort of can sneak one extra casting all the time Last Epoch, but that's just the way the game is designed from scratch, and everything is exactly the same that way. But somehow it feels more satisfying, because even though mechanically it's exactly the same, you know, as having a higher mana pool or whatever, it just feels good because it feels like you're just sneaking it in there. Ultimately, you're still just limited by your mana regen rate. Okay, so yeah, we got these exalted forms, these things, which I might go and tear apart to get the material out of it. Wow, +3 to a skill is actually nuts. And then Lessons in Metropolis. No, probably not, although it's got a few extra attack speed boosts, which is nice. Yeah, experimental WASD is in. I'm perfectly happy with the mouse and keyboard. I experimented with WASD in Path of Exile 2, and it seemed to work fine, but it wasn't really my vibe. And maybe if I used it more, then it'd be, at some point, it'd be like, okay, it's all I'm ever going to use. But for me, I'm happy with this interface. Okay, let's keep going down Phoenix Strike over here for even more Ignite chance. Gives you a better view on whether or not you can cast spell A and B. You don't need to know that. That's a good point. Because no matter what, if you're sitting at 1 mana, no matter what, you can cast any of your spells. No matter the cost. If you cast a big spell, then you'll go deep into the negative, and then your spell casting will be turned off for a lot longer. But you do, if you have any mana at all, you do have all your spells available, and they're not on, like, different, like, extremes of what you use. Yeah, because I think, mechanically, other than, like, maybe getting in the extra cast a little earlier, again, it comes out to exactly the same as before. Your cast rate is limited by your mana regen rate. It's not about your mana pool and how deeply negative you go, or and like your mana pool and how much mana you've got and what the spell cost is necessarily or whatever, like as a ratio. It's just what is your mana regen rate, because ultimately that's going to be your spell limiter, whether you can go negative or not. And this just makes it slightly easier to eyeball things. And it feels like you're getting more for your buck, even though it's not true. Oh yeah, just flip to the end, it's fine. Open, flip, take dome. Gain passive skill points, thank you very much. Pros, it gives you optimization decisions, noobs are simpler. Yeah, it's win-win. It's theoretically maybe a little more interesting while also being more intuitive. Yeah, no mana reservation on auras in this game. It sort of doesn't need it because you're limited on how many spells you can slot in. So the cost is sort of, well, you're occupying a slot down here. Now, this is just a little side area that I don't think we have to clear. I'm going to go and find the waypoint. And that might be it, because I don't remember. I mean, some of these do have, like... Some of them do give you a passive. Mostly they just have a boss that you could kill for potentially some extra drop, but not necessarily any better than anything else. Is this the place where we fight a dragon? It might be. Like dragon and the waypoint is right after?
Not do that. I cannot do that. I cannot do that.
So it wouldn't surprise me if, in the endgame, we consider doing a smite build. but I'm not sure it could be sustained during the leveling, because it would take a lot of skill points to enable the free smite casting, and I really suspect, well, free, the automatic smite casting, it's still at full mana cost, I'm pretty sure it was saying, right? I haven't misread that. Yeah, consume smites mana cost, yeah. So you're paying full mana cost for your smites, and I'm not sure we have the regen for it. Oh, there is a, oh, good. Harbinger. Right, I was saying Nemesis, but it's Harbinger. Just like Park Pocket Realm, yeah. It's got a couple of uniques. Oh, this one's going to come with Weaver's Will, too, which is nice. Yeah, so anyway, we'll just empower all these, and we'll just... Is it always the same guy? This is the same guy we got last time. I think there's a range. I think we just happened to get the same thing. Oh, I dead-ended. Although we got the Harbinger thing. So that's kind of nice, but...
I cannot do that.
Some of the RPGs have to explore the whole map every time, even if I already know what's there. That's what I like about Grim Dawn. Usually there's a reward in all these different little map corners.
I cannot do.
Because I usually have that same sort of need as well.
I cannot do that.
All right. Maxed out our bleed / ignite chance. I always think this is something to attack. All right, let's fight a dragon. Six ignite stacks. Oh, 7, 8, 9. Must have gotten some good luck on applying some stacks there. I mean, they say you should fight fire with fire, right? Not sure that makes sense. I think it'd be better to fight fire with, I don't know, water or baking soda or something. But who am I to argue with an idiom? One thing that's going to be nice about this, with the Void Knight build, a lot of their stuff happens when they, like, every few hits or every few seconds, but only if they travel a certain distance in between. So you're having to, like, do these wide circles to make sure you travel a certain absolute distance to trigger your echoes in the Void Knight variant of the Warpath. And I don't think we're going to have to worry about that here, which is nice. How far does zoom out go? So this is maximum zoom out. And then we can zoom into... Oh, I didn't realize it would loop around. No, there we go. Max zoom in. Okay. So let's return... Oh yeah, you can quick travel. When you go through these little side areas, there's a little prompt to quick travel back to where you came, which I don't think is actually where I want to go, but it's like, oh, let's showcase this. Oh, no, hold on. We do actually want to go back to this map somewhere, because there is a path after this. Oh, yeah, that's where I just went through, this ancient forest here.
I cannot do that. I cannot do that.
Revives after 2 seconds. Okay. An enemy's so nice, you have to kill him twice. Okay, there's a few different people that keep being, like, taking over the lead in leveling, but they all seem to be playing Void Knights. Makes me think Void Knights are probably really good at speed leveling. There have been at least 3 different names there of people taking the first place, and I'm sure they've all been Void Knights. Now, we're not playing Void Knight, we're playing Paladin, but they're both Sentinels. They might be playing Warpath as well, I don't know.
I cannot do that. I cannot do that.
Are you going to attempt the Civ 6 run soon? I'm I'm trying to figure out the timing because I'm enjoying the Civ 4, Civ 5 stuff right now. But it has been a while since we've done a Civ 6, and it feels fair to return and do compare and contrast, which is what we keep doing.
I cannot do that.
Ooh. Random bonus chest. Part of me does think like we should take the autocast smite build because I just like the builds that autocast shit.
I cannot do that.
I was very tempted. One of the funnest autocast builds I ever played was a this one druid one where you go into like, is it you go into Sprigane form, or at very least you cast like vines that teleport you, that spawn more shit, that put down totems, that spawn more shit. Like there's some crazy build I once played as druid. I mean, mostly when I roll a primalist, it's like I'm going druid and I'm going to turn into a bear, and then that's my build. I'm a bear rar. But I have to admit that one was really good. Autocast builds like Vampire's Fire, not quite like that, but yeah. It just the builds where one skill triggers another skill. Usually you can't chain because usually it's when you cast spell A directly, you cast spell B. It's usually the way it's worded. So if you somehow have a spell C that triggers spell A, that won't then trigger B. Although it's possible to have multiple different things that trigger multiple different spells automatically. All right. Blind chance, electrified chance. Well, we're not stacking electrified. Blind is good because it is a really good, strong defensive power. But I think what we do is I keep investing here for the ignite chance and do whatever I need to probably get into Rhea's strength as well. And it looks like we're going to want to stack a lot of strength on this build.
I cannot do that.
Ooh, that is a dead end.
I cannot do that.
Revisiting Civ 3 is interesting. I'm less interested in that because the Civs 1 through 3 definitely feel like a rougher UI experience. But we do keep talking about it. I did try to do a Civ 1 thing at some point recently. I tried to start doing some recordings on my own. I was like, man, I don't know. It's rough. But maybe. I don't think I've got any videos for it on the channel. It would be nice for the sake of completeness. Also, a lot of people tend to ask about civilization and colonization, which was never something I really played much of. And I know some people really, really did. Actually, never played the original. I only played the one that was like the Civ 4 engine one. Storm Champion. Allies frenzy when... Oh, frenzies when allies die. Oh, shit. Okay. So I do want to kill you first before allies, which isn't going to happen on the basis that I kind of hit everything simultaneously. There's your friend. We definitely took a lot of damage from this guy. Okay. Did you make the floor not be lava where I want to be? Thanks. Jesus. Okay, what? Let me get you guys out of the picture. Oh, did he die? Oh, good. Thanks. Appreciated. These are items that aren't showing up because of my loot filter. Love to see a retro gaming streaming series. Well, we're probably going to do that with, like, some of those adventure games. Like Monkey Island, which I've never played. Like, retro gaming, that part of it would be pretty fun. The old Bullfrog games, like, we go and revisit... Like, since we've played 2 Point Hospital, it's like, well, should we revisit Theme Hospital? That sort of thing. Sim Ant, Sim Tower. Sim Earth. Sim Life was cool, too. A lot of people didn't play that one. It was a fun little toy. More than a proper game, I'd suggest. Sim Hospital, probably fun for an hour, kind of dated, yeah. Sim Tower, however. Cool. I really loved Sim Tower, and I haven't revisited that in forever. It would be really nice to know how it holds up. Things are starting to burn any... Like, if I just run through here, well, these are all going to die to direct damage. No, some died from the burn afterwards. Like, I'm wondering... Watch this guy. Okay. Not quite, and you know, things will have differing health things, but I don't actually have to wait for them to die all the time. I can move past. Looter's Hall. What is your deal? First of all, I feel like there's a lot more little lootable chests all over than there used to be. That might not be accurate. It might just be that I'm misremembering or I never used to explore quite as much. I'm trying to figure out what this big purple chest is. With the quest marker. Are you just constantly summoning more shit? Like, maybe I just should open it. I almost... Yeah, Sim Farm's cool. Okay. Opened Looter's Hall. Okay. Alright. That's just what it is. Okay.
I cannot do that. I cannot.
Playing Champion Manager 93-94 right now. I really want to find time still for a Football Manager campaign. Also, I want to give Open Wheel Manager 2 another go. I played it like super early pre-release and it was rough, but it apparently is quite good now, and it would be nice to do another big like racing sim type game. Hey, buddy. We hit double-digit ignite yet? There we go, 10 ignites. Bruh, 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 bruh. $11. So it's interesting that attack speed... So attack speed doesn't scale the damage of our dots. But it does work with my Warpath, which means I will be applying more dots. It doesn't increase the dot damage, but increases the stacks.
Is all that is left.
The fact that like damage over time stacks in this is nice because in some implementations of it, it's just like a fixed thing. You're either burning or you're not, for example. In which case, hitting faster doesn't matter because you're not, you know, you're just sort of resetting the stack, not adding to it. But here it would. Now, if we do go with the smite proc thing, attacking faster means more smites, which may or may not be feasible, though, on the basis that that still costs mana. We might be like, you know what, I don't need to attack faster because I can't sustain it. I just want each hit to hit harder. Okay, our inventory is now officially full. So now we're at base 38 damage on these. Increased damage over time is nice. And actually calculating my DPS is going to become a lot trickier. But... fire damage, chance to blind. That is interesting. Okay, that actually increased my DPS of the plane attacks on my fire path. Okay, we'll go and upgrade. Power. Like, I don't know. One of the things that you almost kind of need in Path of Exile is like the Path of Building tool will do lots of extra calculations for you when you punch in your build and what items you have and, you know, what buffs you're running and, you know, what procs can happen. Like, it calculates all that and does a pretty good job of figuring out the actual, like, theoretical DPS that you're applying. Here, right off the, like, cuff, all we can do in-game is check the DPS of my Warpath, but as the damage gets moved more and more into ignites, and, you know, and arguably something like smite crits, I don't know if that would be calculated in. I suspect they're only looking at the raw actual damage. Well, okay. I didn't actually check literally before and after, But it does look to me like the DPS of this went up, because it was 600, now it's 622, but I didn't literally check right before I put in the point. There may have been some other modifiers that happened. The tooltip lies even for non-dot builds. Yeah, I was pretty sure. And I know one of the issues I had with my Falconeer build, whatever it was really annoying, because there's literally no way to get DPS feedback for it, because my main attack, the attack I was using, basically did no damage. But it was proccing a secondary thing where all the damage was actually coming from, but none of that was visible in the tooltip. So I just had to trust that, like, the build guide information and the theory crafting on the internet, I had to trust that was right, that if I kept stacking these stacks, that's would increase my damage, and certainly things died very well, so it seemed to work. That's a problem all ARPGs have.
I cannot do that.
The best way to do it is to have, like, a training dummy that reports DPS. Now, there are training dummies in this game, and you'll see, like, the hit number, but I think the training dummy has infinite life. Like, what we need is a way to say, okay, there's a dummy here with 10,000 hit points. And then when you kill it, it tells you how long it took to kill. And then you make a change, and you try again, and you see if it took you the same amount of time, or longer, or shorter, to kill it. And then you would know, okay, well, this build, this way of doing things, is clearly doing more total damage than this way. Through everything that I'm doing. Or even comparing attack patterns. Like, someone might be like, how often should I weave in this secondary ability? Well, I don't know. Let's try it, and then, again, just compare it against that. We need an actual DPS meter of actual damage applied. It's also especially problematic with pets. How do I know what exact pet configuration is actually leading to highest DPS? I don't know. There are, like, a lot of pages here with, like, the minion, stats and things. But, like, there's lots of stats on this page. Lots of stats on the damage page, the defense page, minion, other. Tons of stuff. It's on that other page, I can see my ignite chance at 111%.
I cannot do that.
But that's my global chance. It's 40% lower, I think, with the Warpath, it said. Ooh, high void damage. Am I still... Oh, I'm no longer capped on void resistance, although still fairly high. Okay, well, let's go sell some shit. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Are there not training dummies here? I thought there were training dummies. I don't know. Maybe they are just not in this town? Or maybe I imagined it? No, because you can't attack in towns. Maybe there are no training dummies in this game? Maybe I'm just thinking Grim Dawn. Like so often happens. I think I'll keep my current item. That's interesting to check. No. What am I armor? Lots of cold resist. How's my cold resistance? Well, certainly far from capped. Especially while I'm spinning. All 3 gen. It's got more armor. I'd lose physical and void resistance. Yeah, I don't think I like that. I think I'm probably going to sell this one. Although I should probably do a little bit of crafting stuff. Damage over time, but you only got 1 trait. Oh, hold on. I should maybe shred you. That is level... What rank is that one? Tier 3. That's probably a basic thing. I don't know if shredding it makes any sense. I'm gonna say these boots are better for me. Good. Yeah, I got the melee damage leached as health thing. It's probably okay. I don't know. There's only so much I'm willing to stare at these, especially while on stream. That. And again, arrive. No, we're not doing this. We're not doing that. Do this, and then what are we at? 462 right now for the damage. Oh, 487. 457. Okay, so it looks like the spear is doing more. Because right now those little flat damages are pretty good. Chance to bleed on hit is also some extra DPS. I mean, obviously we prefer ignite. Let's boost the vitality here. Whiff of Hope. There you go. Vitality is great. Vitality. So each point of vitality gives you 6 health and 1% poison and necrotic resistance. Yeah, I should probably do a round of just maxing out whatever. As long as I'm not maxed in resistance, which I'm definitely not, especially on the elemental shit. Oh, I only had one. Okay. Oh yeah, I have no more cold resistance items, clearly. Some physical resistance. Some extra necrotic. It's hard to do DPS if you're dead. Lightning's pretty low. Can I boost your lightning? No, I don't have those items. They don't need attunement. Yeah, it's not that impressive a piece of kit. Okay.
Take care.
Just gonna go. I mean, there's no reason to save that, but parse that later. Let's get back to killing stuff. Champion era has dummies. What's the champion era? Oh, this is a new place. Waypoint locked. Huh. Anyway, actually, should I be checking on some of these side quests? That's XP. That's idle inventory. Okay. Oh, there's some turn-ins. You want to make sure to do all the quests that give you passive skills and idle slots. Champion area and divine era. Okay.
May I tear a smile upon you? Farewell.
Just XP. And this one you can't see here, but there's a little ping on the map. Do that. Get the idle slots. Thank you very much. I guess I banked one of those idle. I don't think we've been getting idle drops. I have it set on the filter, I thought, as part of this. Although really, I should kind of sort of separate these out. What I should do is remove the idols from this filter and just have this focused on the affixes, which actually might have been effing with things. And then I'll put in a show for general idols and sentinel idols, not primalist, sentinel. And again, I probably want to whittle this down, but for now, we're going to be happy to just pick up all of them. Okay. XP gold. XP gold, yeah. Okay. I don't care about those. So let's travel towards the Ruined Temple. Oh, hey, Berg. You used to watch the Unity tutorials. And I would still like to be doing more programming. That's the problem. I want to do everything. Also, I'm trying to write books. Because again, you know, trying to do all the things all the time, all at once. Not programming books. Okay, so we've maxed out Gorebringer for our bleed chance. I think it makes sense to go Arsenal of Flame so that we do more damage to things that are ignited. And we get the Fire Pen with Ignite. It seems like kind of a no-brainer. Heck, even if we're going down Smite, I think it's probably a good startup. So here, I think we're going to get locked. We need to find one of the missing parts. Only one of the missing parts. You used to have to find both. A lot faster now. Tough having so many interests and work on top of it. Yeah. I mean, I'm obviously super duper blessed that 2 of my interests are what I can do for a living, which is great. Those 2 interests are A, playing video games, and B, talking about video games. Actually, just talking about stuff in general. Like, these are great interests. I get to combine. I know it tells me the quest is that way. Ignore that quest arrow. You want to go as far this way first. If you start moving vaguely northish before you max out your westish, you're just going to hit a bunch of dead ends and it's going to suck. Now, I think we're going to do a lot more of this. We're clearly not killing everything behind us. Every now and again, if there's a good pool, like maybe it makes sense to do this, and especially if there's like more of a champion type hero. But we're sort of kind of hoping that enough things die from the initial attack / burn to keep giving us a little bit of casual XP. But then we're also just like, let's finish these zones as quickly as possible. We're going to get the higher level zones, which give more XP and better loot. This is a level 22 area. I'm level 25. Oh, yeah. I'm killing way too much shit. I need to be going a lot faster. I'm over-leveled for the zones. I mean, not in a way that's problematic. There's a mage event there. You know what? I don't think I care about that. Yeah. I don't think I'm so over-leveled that it's a problem, but it clearly means I could probably be in much higher level area, and again, getting that much better stuff. All right, so we have to get that item. So we had to get an item. We had to go back in time to get the item that we need to open the bridge. Actually, the shortest thing to do is probably to just TP back. I have to TP to another zone first and then TP back to the waypoint. I don't know, we'll probably make it there fine. We're taking an alternate route to get back, so there'll still be dudes to kill, which is nice. Although it is going to continue to contribute to my over-leveling and not going through the zones quickly enough thing.
I cannot do that.
Yeah, rule of thumb, plus or minus 5, yeah. So, I mean, we're within that range. Yeah, see? I didn't take my own advice. Like, there's all these little dead ends here, which are not conducive to moving fast. So what I'm going to do is, I can't fast travel to Lotus Hall, but I can travel to anywhere else first. And then travel back here. And that'll bring me back to the middle area where the bridge is. And yeah, you used to have to go through both sides, the left and the right, and get an item from both. Now you just go either way and get the one item, and it's really nice. Hit here, extend the bridge. Kill these guys who dared to follow me. Spend our passive.
Down or
level 23 zone, but we've leveled up again. I mean, the extra levels are certainly making things a lot safer for us. I'm not going to resist packs like this, because that is crazy efficient. Oh, and dudes with names. I thought I said it was going to respawn. Or did he already? And I killed him twice without noticing. Now, later on, so glyphs, some of the glyphs will be in red. Those are very, like, much more rare glyphs. And you're always going to pick them up. Later on, you kind of like, you know what, I've got all the basic glyphs. I really don't have to go back and do that. You sort of still want to pick them up casually if they're there, but you end up with the basically infinite amounts of the common ones, which is fine later, but right now we're still definitely desperate for it.
Stand down or die.
Especially since whichever ones we're particularly interested in this build, we'll constantly be using and constantly running out. And things like the resistance and health ones in particular are insanely good. But the resistance ones early on will probably have some issues. This guy resists fire damage, so he does take a little longer to kill. Yeah, sometimes I've gone to the monolith super early and I'm way under leveled and it's still fine. And then yeah, you power level.
I cannot do that.
Oop. And
I cannot do that.
spin, 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 spin.
I cannot do that.
Yeah, if you're playing softcore with like no permadeath, you really can push the limits a lot, and it's fine. Hey, dude. Well, luckily, I'm mostly maxed on Void. That purple shit is definitely Void damage. Mostly we can avoid it. Alright, damage does feel better than it was like the last couple of times we fought some more major bosses, and I was like, oh, I don't know about the DPS. And mostly it's because on the bosses, our build is going to be like good. Like damage over time builds can sometimes be a little annoying for area clear, especially in a quality of life way, because they'll like if things are constantly dying just behind you and you're having to backtrack to loot stuff, it's annoying. But damage over time builds tend to excel at killing bosses. Up. Good. All right. Oh, we got a couple of uniques. There you go. The final shard is now ours.
After eons alone.
Didn't we already get one of these files? And what's this? Strong Mind Amulet. More mana, maximum mana, stun avoidance. Small lightning explosion when you're stunned. Oh, that's quite cool. Not for us, though. Oh, do I go? I go back upstairs now, yeah?
I cannot do that. I cannot do that. I cannot do that.
I been sent we thee seek out the outcast queen.
All right, Imperial Era.
Rebels and show her the epoch.
Question for y'all. I never played any Diablo, but I'm looking for a new ARPG. Already have Poe 1 and Grim Dawn. Should I buy Last Epoch, Diablo 4, now 45% off, or just go play Diablo 2? Man, are you trying to start fights? Mick Mannon? MC Mannon?
I cannot do that.
There's like some holy war shit going on.
I cannot do that.
What, next you're going to ask what's better? Vi or Emacs?
I cannot do that.
That's maybe not the right audience. Well, actually, it might be the exact ideal audience for that joke, and it still won't land.
Yes? I see.
Hey. Visit the forge in the
Cannot
camp.
do that.
Like, well, okay. I mean, you know I can just hit Control F to actually just F to open a forge, right? I don't have to
I
physically
cannot
visit
do
it.
that.
But sure, we'll visit it and then complete that mini quest. I guess it is a bit of a breadcrumb that leads you to this person who I always forget about. So, I mean, that's good.
I cannot do.
Yeah, I use Vim
I cannot.
all the time. Still, whenever I'm doing Linuxy things.
I cannot.
My laptop is a cheapo little Linux laptop. I mean, I still have an old MacBook that I use quite a lot. The speakers on it are really good, so it's my preferred thing to listen to, like to watch videos and stuff like that while I'm doing work around the house and there's a lot of background noise. The speakers are great, loud, very clear, but at this point it's super ancient and the battery barely runs, and all you can really do is have like the one YouTube tab open or whatever, and anything else it sort of chokes out and dies. So yeah, I got a cheapo little Linux laptop that I'm enjoying very much. Oh yeah, this guy keeps summoning more zombies. Which I'm not even convinced that they give you XP. And again, like, I should really get a boot on. It's like, once I start damaging something, it's like, well, I gotta kill it, right? Do I?
I cannot do that.
The thing with Diablo, the problems with 3 and 4 I had, is I felt like I was never that attached to my characters because I didn't like the build system. It seemed really basic, direct, few choices, and with no real committing, because you could swap things very easily. Like, in 3 in particular, it felt like that, which I know changes, like, when you do actually get late game and there's, like, a longer-term gear commitment and stuff, but, like, I didn't feel the same level of, like, commitment and attachment to my characters as I did in Diablo 2, where things are, like, more permanent. Well, you get a couple of respecs, more permanent. And I love respecs. Like, that's one of the highlights I talk about in Grim Dawn and in Last Epoch here, is the easy respec, is it's important to not punish players, which, like, I feel like Path of Exile can be too punishing, because it's so difficult to come up with a build that you kind of have to do a pre-built one, and you can't really experiment because respecking is kind of a pain in the ass in Path of Exile. Yes, you can change your skill gems, but the passive tree, you know, yeah, you can get the Orbs of Regret or whatever they're called, but woof. Never felt the same. here, please. Thank you. Oh, I need to level up my aura. I mean, I know my smite's got like tons of levels that hasn't been put in, but that's fine. We're not using the smite. It's just, I might use the smite, so I figure I may as well put some XP in there. Ironically, it actually theoretically gets a little bit easier to respec later in the game with Last Epoch, because when you're doing the high level monoliths, you get so much XP that you tend to remax your skills so fast. Melee hits apply an additional stack of Fire Inquisition if you're the one to get the final hit to unleash Flame Burst. It does well, I may as well put both points in there, because I'm not using this to buff a party. I'm doing it myself, and I'm getting lots of aura hits. Orb regret from Poe 1 for respec is annoying. I like the gold sync it is now in Poe 2 for respec. That's true. That's right. Yeah. And what I like about this, so there's two ways to respec. Your passive skills in this game, you respec with money in town, and the cost does go up over time, although it's never really a problem. And the important thing is that the gold cost is so low that the most important time for the respecs, which is when you're leveling, and you might start with a generic, like a build one way to start off leveling, and then as you get your ascendancy or your mastery, you go for a different build, and then as you get a key unique or another key unique, you might be tweaking your build there. It's still relatively cheap there. Like, it starts off pretty low. It's not really a problem. And then for respecing your skills, you can just remove skill points whenever you want, but then you have to regain the XP to get it back, which is fine. Like it's not free. It sort of hurts. Like, right, okay, so I'm gonna change. I'm gonna change from this skill to another, and it's gonna go from being level 10 down to being level 4. But it'll quickly level up, and it'll be back, and it'll be okay. You know what? Just fuck this guy.
I cannot do that.
Why am I bothering with you?
I cannot do that.
That's a dead end, but these new shrines are kick-ass. Entertaining, do good damage. I like them. Hey, Blob.
I cannot do that.
So it's tricky. Like, it's weird, because if the respecking is too easy, I don't like it. If it's too hard and annoying, I don't like it. Admittedly, I am, the Goldilocks problem is real, and I am a very picky bitch. I guess, like, when I think about Grim Dawn and how you respec, right? It's effectively always free in Grim Dawn, except that it takes a lot of clicks, like, in a way, just because, like, the talent tree is big and there's multiple levels to put in each thing, and that's actually the real cost. The gold cost, or the scrap cost, or whatever, the iron bits, I guess is what it's called in Grim Dawn, is basically meaningless. The respec cost is, well, you can't do it while you're out in the field. You have to be in town, because you have to be talking to a particular NPC, and you're gonna have to click a bunch to do it. And that's enough of a deterrent to make it feel worthwhile as an investment to me.
I cannot do that.
I definitely never want to feel like I'm trapped in the build, but I want it to make... The trick is making it feel like your build means something. That your character is somehow distinctive from others. And that you've invested in a particular path. Like, at a certain point, even if the respec is completely free, but you're like, well, all my gear is all fire gear, so I could respec to the lightning version, but I'm also gonna have to go and collect a completely different type of gear. It's like, okay, so sometimes even a free respec doesn't matter, but... the attributes and the devotion. Oh, in Grim Dawn? Yeah. Alright, so this guy's gonna be like, no, I can't let you in without a badge. Well, we can do timey-wimey shit. The star map in Grim Dawn is a pain to respec. Yeah, mostly because of the way the prereqs work, where they're chained, and it gets even worse if you did a thing where it's like, I'm gonna grab this constellation to give me enough points to do this other constellation, and then when it finishes, it's gonna give me enough points to be self-sustaining, so I can refund the first constellation, and then put those points somewhere else, which is actually cool and fun, but then when you want to unspec that, it's really bad, and it was bad in vanilla. It's not so bad with the expansions, because there's a potion that will completely reset your devotions and makes it not absolutely trash Use the time rift to return. Here you go. Here, I got this badge. Cool. Good we could work together. Timey-wimey bullshit. You buy the potion. No, I think there might be quest rewards. You can swap them between characters. And in practice, you don't really have to respec the constellations that often. Yeah, I don't remember if you can buy them. I do think you get a few different ones from quest rewards, same as the attribute reset thing. And yeah, you can always farm it on a secondary character. But I don't recall. I can't be authoritative on it. I've also, there are some websites to help you calculate the optimal paths to achieve certain things. Because it can be hard to figure out, like, because the trick. So, for those of you who don't know, the devotion system in Grim Dawn is kind of like another passive tree. But it's a bunch of different constellations that aren't linked to each other. But the constellations will have prereqs of these. There's these 5 different attributes in this devotion system. And they will have prereqs of like, well, you need 3 of the purple and 2 of the green ones, whatever they're called, to be able to start spending points in this constellation. And every time you complete a constellation, it gives you a certain amount of these affinity or attunement points or whatever. And so you can, so you can take one of the early constellations with like basically no prereq. Return to the camp. And then when you complete it, you get some points that lets you unlock something else. But then at some point you can decide to refund it. It can be kind of tricky to get like the maximum optimized things. The devotions do feel cool. Like, and they make you feel smart when you figure them out, and they are neat. But they are the least beginner-friendly part of Grim Dawn, which is always fairly beginner-friendly. The devotion system feels intimidating. Go. So we'll take the final Phoenix Strike for sure. So Symbols of Hope is, I believe, one of the skills I did actually use on my Void Knight version Warpath. I didn't cast them constantly, because you cast them, and it gives you some symbols. No, this is a different one. Or when they changed it. Hold on. Is it the thing, but did they change it? This auto-summon symbols. It's changed. Oh, shit. Okay, because this was the one skill that was still useful to me in my other Warpath thing, but it was like, you'd cast it 3 times, because you could stack up to 3. So you'd hit it 3 times, and then you would use the Volatile Reversal to jump backwards in time, because it costs you all your mana. So you would do this, jump backwards in time, you still have the boost, but it would reset your mana, and then you would just spin. You do it maybe once at the start of the level, and then eventually they'd fall off. And then maybe you do one right before a boss fight to help power you through. So every 2 seconds, summons a symbol that orbs around you, causing you and your allies attacks and spells to deal 3 additional fire damage, and increasing health regeneration by 20%. And I can activate it to consume the symbols, granting 100 ward and 5% less damage taken per symbol for 3 seconds. Okay, well, I'm never casting Healing Hands, or I'm not casting Healing Hands. So this becomes just kind of another passive that is helpful. God damn. Yeah, I didn't read through all the patch notes, partially because I didn't know which character I was going to end up playing. Yeah, so I don't have to actively use it. As long as it's on the toolbar, it's going to spawn some symbols, which are going to increase my fire damage.
I cannot do that.
Yeah, there's the little symbols. There's the 3rd one, which is currently my cap. Okay, well, tell you what. Again, we might end up doing a smite build, but I think if we do, again, that will be much later, because I don't think we can sustain it right now. We don't even have the points to, like, slot in, because I'd need... Well, I mean, I need the 4 points for the smite thing itself, and then it's got a prereq along the way, which needs at least 1 point, but it might be gated behind more, right? Like here, yeah, I'd have to put at least 2 points in the Path of Heavens, because of this connection to be able to reach here. And 6 points is a big investment. And then I'd also have to invest in Smite, which is fine because Smite's great, but it would cost mana that I might not have. How about I just despecialize the Smite? And then we'll throw in the Symbols of Hope. I was going to say, it sounds like I'm being attacked. And first of all, over here, let's get more Flame Burst damage. I mean, sure, why not? I don't know. Although attack speed, maybe, I don't know. And then you are going to go Arsenal Flame. And then here, Symbols increase the damage. Increase crit, we're not doing crit. Mana regen, electrify. Oh, burning over here. Fire damage per symbol. Oh, let's go here, then go to fire damage. Then take more ignite chance. Oh, this would convert fire damage to void. We're not going to go that way, but maybe. What else could we get? Endurance threshold. Cooldown, we don't have cooldowns, really. Hope gain rate. You gain Symbols of Hope faster. I don't care about this because I'm not, as long as I'm not casting the Symbols of Hope, we're just hitting 3 and staying there. Although on the other hand here we activate it, creates a Divine Flare that deals fire damage. Cooldown significantly reduced. No longer instant cast. I suspect the Symbols of Hope currently, I think if they're instant cast, it means I can cast it while channeling. This generates symbols on kills. Yeah, but I'm not spamming this. These sound like really good if you're going down an active route. Haste on activation. Regain symbols. +1 maximum symbols. But this would be the route to go down if I'm not constantly consuming them. Mana efficiency, increase healing. I think what we do is we go down here. We grab the damage. And then we grab the fire damage. And then we're going to pick up the ignites. We're going to grab these 3. And then we'll probably go down here, spend the minimum here. So 2 there, 3 here. Pick up Polygram so we can go up to 4 stacks. Probably, maybe. If you're old with shaky hands, one button should be enough for all of us. Yeah. If you right-click a fast travel point, it will save you a click. You know what? I did see that something about somewhere it was saying go direct. Maybe it's on the loading screen. I don't know if that was always the case or if that's new. But that is really cool. I don't have any Paladin points. No. We got those symbols. All right, cool. 1 button build. Right now, it's all in the right mouse click. I mean, occasionally I hit E to double my defensive thing. Part of me is like, can we put it on autocast? But the cooldown is long enough. In theory, you should time it for burst stuff. In practice, it'll be like, I'm going to blind whack E from time to time while I'm in a boss fight. And half the time, probably forget that it exists in the first place. You've got a name, so let's kill you. I think it's down and around this way. I gotta say, those flaming dudes that summon skeletons, pretty damaging. Or pretty tough. Was it here that I want to go? Yeah. There. More strength, and we shred fire resistance per strength points. Yeah, every 2 strength point shreds fire resist. Nice.
I cannot do that. I cannot do that.
Whee.
Yeah.
Are you trying to use fire against me? I mean, fire resistance isn't actually all that great. But here, I'll pop my E here. Like, moving around like this isn't something I have to do, but it feels good. Feels like I'm doing more damage.
God's be with you.
Oh, is this where we start tracking down a Lark here?
I cannot do that.
Actually, I guess it's Ulrich, not Alaric.
I cannot do that.
Always remember I have active defense buffs 5 seconds after I need them. Yep. Sounds about right. Okay, so let's challenge you. Now, if we challenge and fail to kill, I think it's still going to be there. Like, we'll have to find another Nemesis one to do the challenge again. And they do get tougher depending on how much they've been empowered, I think. So you can't always just challenge them earlier, but I just figure if there's an item worth getting, it's worth getting fully empowered. Now later on, when I'm hunting for a specific unique, like I might want to re-roll more to get there. So yeah, we got these Dark Strides with 35% fire resistance. More charges for Void Cleave, melee void damage. Yes, it's not for me. We got ourselves a Font of the Erased. Increased health and mana spent gained as ward. Okay, so that's not really anything we're excited for. Okay. Zone, level 28 character. I gotta move on.
Cannot do that.
More movement speed, less attacking.
Cannot do that.
This is an easy game to just play. You know? Not having to do math about, like, the optimal building order. I mean, you're having to do some math on the character from time to time, but not that often. Okay, that's very interesting. So, this item, as a base, is actually much better if we're doing a minion build. But I bet you this would increase our DPS as is. So again, we can't trust this tooltip exactly, but it's still giving us an idea. Yeah, that's like 30% more estimated DPS. And the 66% chance to ignite on hit is crazy. I don't know if I'm going to invest... Well, if we've got a bunch of the crafting available, I guess I have one more melee attack speed. I have none of these. Actually, if anything, the big thing is going to be to, like, break this down for all these ignite on hit things. But we can break this item later. Is there anything else I want to apply right now that would be... I mean, health on melee hit? Oh, fire damage? I don't think that's particularly rare. We only have one. Here, I'm going to put the health on melee hit effects over here. But I'll increase the melee attack speed. There you go. That's all its forging potential. All right. 1,500. So, based on this chart, we've increased our DPS by 50%. We don't know if we can trust that necessarily, but that's what it says. I mean, those things definitely went down. I mean, these are pretty squishy, but I think we did legitimately increase our damage a lot. Math. Not even once. Let's put a point in there. I'm going to finish all those. I don't know if there's any particular order that I care about finishing them in. All right, so we killed enough dudes for this gate to open. Now we just run.
I cannot do that.
Yeah, curious to see how high we can get these ignite stacks on a boss. I mean, we'll get a few on the bears, but they do die before it gets too high.
I cannot do that.
Lawn-mowing zombies is fun. Mm-hmm.
I cannot do that.
This is pretty easy to play, and I'm not having to talk too much, but at some point I'm going to have to figure out when I'm stopping here. But I don't think it's going to be quite yet. I'll stop when I'm hungry. 5 o'clock. What did I have for breakfast? Did I have breakfast today? I don't think I had breakfast, but I did have a nice tuna salad sandwich for lunch.
I cannot do that.
Although poor Bella, I made a mistake. Well, normally, when I make tuna, like when I open a can of tuna, I drain the water, put it in a bowl, and give it to Bella so she can drink it up.
I cannot do that.
I mean, it's just fish-flavored water, right? There's nothing else added, so it's great for that. She loves it. We're all happy. Apparently, the last time I bought tuna, I accidentally bought the kind that was in oil. Which, it's like, sorry, Bella, I'm not going to give you a bowl full of freaking oil. I think the Corrupted Lake has a boss that we kill for a skill point, right? What, stopping an ARPG? Well, I mean, mostly I'm at the stream. I'd probably keep playing it on my own whenever the stream stops. Although I do got some stuff to do, because, tomorrow, yeah, I gotta get some more prep work around the house. And then, yeah, there's some... I got some to-do list things. It's very annoying. I don't want to have things to do. This map is kind of weird. We're going the opposite direction from the waypoint. Around this way. Orb Bomby is doing a pretty good job there. They've been #1 for a while now.
I cannot do that. I cannot do that.
Hey, Kentos, thanks for gifting a sub. I don't know. You can. I don't know if that was the sort of thing you need to do for your drop too. If you got the game. So if you guys don't know, because I didn't know going into the stream. Apparently there are drops right now. You watch streams, make sure you have your last Epoch account. Hold on, what was that link that someone had posted earlier? Do I still have it open? No. Maybe someone else for drops, but also through. Well, I mean, I appreciate the support. Last Epoch. Twitch drops. There it is. Sorry, I just had to find this link again. Over here, you can link. Thank you, Map Staring. And my apologies to Garth, who tried to post the link, I think, but got blocked.
Too heavy.
You know, yeah, it just timed out for 10 seconds. Okay, it was just a 1 erase. Pyromancer's got a nice name to it. I should probably go to town. Hold on, how do I see the suffix levels? Is it only by doing the 2? Ooh, that's annoying. See, I don't think you're worth shredding. What do you mean doesn't fit in inventory? Is there really not enough room there? Okay, I don't need you either. Pick you up. No, there's no way that's going to be an upgrade. Okay, yeah, no, keep putting points into this for sure. Oh, that's right, I forgot it's in the Moobot. I forgot I added it to the what game. Sure, I didn't have to go looking for it at all. I was ahead of myself. Alright, so there's a Prophet Ruin guy here. He's a boss. Oh, he's going down really fast. Oh shit, that was a way easier boss. Oh, I guess I'm super good. Oh wait, that wasn't his final form. Now he's the mayor from Season 3 Buffy. Oh, okay, yeah, no, we're shredding this guy. And we're up over 20 stacks of Ignite, and I think they're hitting for a lot. Oh no, our damage is actually crazy now. Okay, yeah, this is the passive point. I think this is the only side area that's required for that can give you a passive point. What's this two-handed sword? Dreamthorn. Oh yeah, it looks so cool. It is not for us. Melee void damage, void penetration. Why didn't we go the fucking void build? If we were a void knight right now, we'd be losing our shit. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna increase the strictness of this a little bit more. Not this one, sorry. This one. Oh no, those my idols. No. This one here. I'm gonna say make sure there's at least 5 ranks of the desirable traits we're looking for. Ooh, that is still visible. And what I can do is I can start like ditching some of those, and then I think at least one of the things we dropped didn't show up in my stricter filter. And we could be even stricter if we like started flagging item types by tier here. There's more resistance, less armor, lose some vitality, whatever. Double up on movement speed. This is actually really what I want. Ignoring everything else. This is 18% movement speed versus 8%. Yep. 18% movement speed. That sounds really good to me for some reason. Oh, and some idols. I mean, the idol thing had been at the top, which is fine. We just haven't been seeing them. No, this won't work for us. Because I was like, hold on, how does this... Okay, there's some gift subs I'm going to acknowledge in a second. Because this converts bleed to ignite chance. But... Now... Okay, 2 questions. First of all, I'm assuming the bleed duration doesn't have any impact over here. Is this all bleed? So if I just pick up items that have a bleed chance, that's going to be as good as an ignite chance on the Warpath. not on my other attacks, but I don't have other attacks. So I guess I can add bleed. Chance to bleed on hit. Chance to blind on hit might also be good because it's super good defensively. I think blinded enemies have a increased chance of missing you, which actually might be mega relevant. But I'm not going to add it as one of the things I'm filtering for. It might just be a nice extra bonus. I know, so the shred armor on hit probably doesn't make any difference anymore either. Although we are landing physical blows. The idea is most of our damage should hopefully be coming from dots. More dots, more dots, more dots. I don't know. I guess we'll leave that. Connection lost? Oh no. So Altheros gifted a sub to the channel, and so Pardu gave 5 away. Thank you very much. Now, anyone who did get a sub here, we do have a subscriber-only Discord. If you link your Discord and your Twitch, like on Discord, if you link your Twitch there, it should get you invited to our subscriber Discord channel. And same applies on YouTube for the paid membership as well. Is this that's the shortcut right here. This is the alternate leveling path. Yeah, if you have a key for the Lightless Arbor, when you get to here, you can go through this. I think there's a minimum level requirement as well, but you can go through this, and this will activate your endgame. Like, it'll complete all the little side quests and shit like that. Was that also an alternate leveling pass? Oh, you can go through more than one dungeon? You just do a dungeon? Oh, you liking Poe? So I don't know if that's supposed to be a joke or what. I did play some Poe 2 when the 0.1 release came out, and I was impressed in a lot of things. And I strongly suspect it'll be something I play more, but I enjoy the mechanics, the baseline mechanics of Last Epoch and Grim Dawn more. But I have to agree, I have to like accept that there's nowhere near as much content and build diversity. Path of Exile is crazy.
I cannot do that. I cannot do that. I cannot do that.
You cannot do that.
I cannot do that.
You cannot do that.
Welcome, Trevor.
Hello. Alright, so I have to defend you. Die, 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 die. Man. I need to find some Ninja Turtles because I am the shredder right now. It's pretty bad. I have to defend the Seer. The Seer's never threatened, ever. It's just, we're going to spawn some shit and you got to kill it. Which is good, because I would be annoyed by, like, losing an event by having the NPC die. It's like, oh, what do I have to do? Zone out and zone back in and get back over here to restart it? But the story is we're defending you. Thanks for your help! I don't know what you did, you just gave me an extra waypoint on the quest. I don't remember this part of the story. Hello, Loot Lizard. And now I don't, like, it's not as bad when he runs away because he's got tons of burning stacks on him. Now, if while leveling this dude, we happen to find a unique that is, like, unlocks a super cool, sick build for something else, we might consider it. Ring of the Third Eye. This is, you strike a lot more, you do less damage with your strikes. Your crits, I should say. You gain warn on crit. Well, we're not basing ourselves on crit.
I cannot do that.
Generally speaking, when you play, and this applies to most ARPGs in various ways, but definitely applies in Last Epoch. When you're planning your build, and again, how you level is going to be completely different from how you play your end game, because things are radically going to change based on when you get your mastery. Some skills you don't get into your very high levels. Like, we are not going to get access to, say, Judgment until I have 30 points spent in the Paladin tree. Which means if I want to make a build based on Judgment, and I don't know what Judgment does, so I have no idea what that would involve. But let's say I want to make a build based on Judgment, or some other high-level skill that doesn't unlock until much later, then obviously I'm going to be playing something completely different along the way. But the general thing you're looking at is usually, how do I base, what element overall am I going to base my build on, and ideally make as many of my abilities as possible deal that type of damage. You know, it's like, okay, well, I've picked fire on this particular one. So if I was running multiple abilities, I would want those abilities to do fire as a baseline or be something that can convert into fire, like what we did with the Warpath. And there are these little indicators over here that show you what damage this does. So Vengeance does physical damage, but could be changed to do fire or void. So you get a visual indicator as a hint of what these things do. So the Void Knight, appropriately enough, all these abilities do void damage, although a couple of them can be converted to fire, these low-level ones, because conceivably this could be something that I pursue on this particular build. So you usually want to look at that. Hang on a second. Yeah, more ignite chance. And then shredding away that defense, certainly. Oh my god, I just had it, lost it. Oh, and then you want to choose one extra thing to scale on, because it feels like you can only scale, and this applies to all ARPGs, you can sort of only scale so far on just, I add more damage to my attacks. At some point, you kind of run out of things. All your weapons have one of those, you've picked everything in your passive skill that is just, add more damage to my attack, and how do you keep scaling past that? Well, you're going to scale, I mean, oftentimes it might be attack speed, that's pretty straightforward. But usually you're going to pick something else, like, I'm either going to pick crit, because that gives me another thing. So now all of a sudden I can stack the raw damage, the attack speed, the crit, maybe the armor shred, or, you know, the fire resistance shred, or whichever one is most appropriate for your character, right? Now I'm getting more things I can stack, because I'm running out of them. Or, instead of crit, I mean, sometimes with it, but probably not. Since damage over time things don't crit, usually you're going for crit, or you're going for one of the damage over time things. I'm going to go bleed. I'm going to go ignite. I'm going to go whatever. And those are the general things. Some characters can stack more than one type of different things. Oh, wow. Shrine of unique item. Cool. I got gloves of throwing damage. All right. Of throwing cold damage. Oh, all right. Okay, those indicators are very smart UI touch. Oh, which indicators? Demonac? What do we... I wonder what indicators that would have been. Oh! The on the skills, the elements. Yeah. They've been there since I started playing this game. They were broken in multiplayer, or like the multiplayer patch wasn't showing them correctly, which was a damn shame, because the patch before it, they were working, they were lovely. Yeah, I'm gonna keep going down Rhea's strength. Strength is help. Well, okay, so strength increases armor and improves skills that rely on raw strength, which Warpath does. Warpath scales with strength. I'm going to put the last point into Arsenal Flame, doing more melee damage, things that are ignited, more fire penetrations with Ignite, which sounds great. And this branch here, I mean, I am wondering if it makes more sense to go down Fanaticism rather than all this Flame Burst stuff. We're not critting, so not this branch. We're not physically damaging. Static health regen, healing. When enemy dies in Holy Aura's area of effect, there's a chance it spawns a health globe. I mean, that might be really good. Oh, and this lets me activate this to cleanse ailments and gives us poison resistance. The ward, no, I don't know. I mean, we'll commit. And we're thinking Flame Burst. Flame Burst scales with fire, so it's stacking. That's good. And then, yeah, over here, more Ignite. It's annoying me. Like, I kind of want to finish this because we're not quite there. But I think getting the Ignite chance first. We are going to finish it, but... Yeah, and armor is nice. What's a little counterintuitive is that armor does help against all damage, as far as I know. It helps the most against physical, but I think I'd said it was like, I don't know what it is. I was like, oh, it's half. I think someone said armor is 70% effective against like the other types of damage. So it doesn't protect you against damage over time.
Too heavy.
But any direct hits of an element, you still benefit with the armor. What's this transfer button? Oh, is that for like the forge things that, or the glyphs that get auto transferred? Now? Is that like a leftover button? I don't know. How does forging work again? We can take a little look. You had a name. Kill a little more, make sure it's okay. So, the forge. So, you put any item in here. Items can have 2 prefixes, 2 suffixes. So here it's showing us what's there. We got a tier 1 cold, tier 1 physical damage, and a tier 1 chance to ignite on hit, and an empty slot over here. Items have forge potential. So this is 16 forge potential. If I were to upgrade, like, I'm not going to do this because it doesn't make sense. In fact, this amulet's got to be replaced because it's not doing anything helpful for us anymore, except for the chance to ignite on hit. So let's say I want to upgrade the physical damage. I have a increased physical damage shard that I picked up earlier. So I can consume this. I have 2. That's what this number is. I have 2 currently. I can consume 1 to go and upgrade this from a tier 1 to a tier 2, which would increase my physical damage. This would do a couple of things. First of all, it would cost some amount of forging potential on this item. Some random amount of forging potential will be consumed when I hit this. If the forging potential goes to 0, then I can't forge this item anymore. So I don't know how much forging potential is going to be consumed, which is one of the things that limits like the RNG element of upgrading. I know I'm going to improve physical damage. That I know for sure. The question is, how much can I improve this? There's these RNG elements. Same thing if I want to slot in another affix here. If I wanted fire resistance, then I'd be doing this. Fire resistance, it's going to go into here. Now, you've also got these glyphs. So the Glyph of Hope does have a 25% chance of the crafting having no forging potential cost at all. Plus, you can also crit, which also makes it cost 0. So sometimes it costs 0, which is great. Another example of a glyph here is the Glyph of Chaos. Modifies the outcome of craft when upgrading an affix. So what I can do, since I don't do cold damage, I can upgrade the cold damage using a cold damage shard, but with the Glyph of Chaos, what's going to happen is this is going to upgrade to tier 2, but it's going to reroll to a completely random prefix, prefix, yes. So there's a chance that I can make this item better by maybe instead of cold damage, I'll roll fire damage. So there's RNG, but it's under your control. There is so Rune of Refinement rerolls all the numbers because this tier 1 physical damage range or physical damage has a range of, I don't know, 5 to 10%, and maybe it was only 5%. I could reroll it to hopefully get a higher one. Removal will remove a random affix and give me all those shards back to my inventory. You can also do the Shattering, which will destroy the item completely and give me a random amount from each one of these, including potential 0 to get that. Ascendance turns into a unique. So this is a rune. If I do this and I ascend, it's going to turn this ruby into a random unique amulet from absolutely anything that it could be. This is really good if you're targeting a particular unique. So yeah, I think the crafting, it's clean, it's elegant, it's easy to understand, but there's still a lot of levers to pull. And I've always really liked this. Although, yeah, I really got to find another amulet because this one's not doing anything for me anymore. Physical damage doesn't do anything for me. Honestly, it might be worth swapping here. The health is exactly the same between the two. This gives me regen and it gives me melee attack speed. I lose 12% chance to ignite. I don't know. Maybe it's fine. Move on. Yeah, I really like this crafting system. Obviously, there's like more crazy cat crafting in Path of Exile, but it's like, is it too crazy? Many people will say it's just crazy enough, and it is super impressive, but it's harder to get into, especially since there's multiple different crafting systems. When it was just using some currency, like fine, but now there's like 30 different subsystems, especially in PoE 1 for crafting. Oh my god, you did a lot of damage to me. What the hell did you hit me for? We haven't died yet, which is nice. If you do die, it does tell you what type of damage killed you, which can be a good reminder of, hey, get your goddamn resistances up. Burn, baby, burn. Oh, hey, Safid. Safid says, I'll cut to the chase. I'm a dad gamer with old man reflexes. Can I hang in last epoch? Poe kills me. I cannot do the boss fights. So, something you may or may not know to me, if you ever go to my channel and watch my old Dota 2 videos, now in some of them I just go by Quill18, but when I was playing Dota 2 a lot, my username that I set was literally Old Man Reflexes. Because I was trying to let my team know what to expect from me, or what not to expect from me. Not only do I have Old Man Reflexes, I have shaky, tremorous hands. And it's fine. What I like, this is an action RPG, but it's not highly reliant on just twitch reflexes. You know, you can beat it via the power of math. And in particular, what helps is the fact, I keep thinking there's something attacking me. Those are my own abilities. What is this? Oh, it's one of these. You know what? I'm just going to go blind and empower it. One thing that's very helpful is you can make builds that require you to use all 5 of your active abilities constantly and smartly. And in fact, those tend to be the most powerful builds because there's a lot of room for like really maximizing what you're doing, right? The top tier builds are like, you've got to use all these in perfect sequence and stuff like that. And good, that's how it should be. But also, you can do what I do and do builds that require just one button. Buttons that sometimes all you do is hold down and literally do nothing else. And that gives you a lot more time to just focus on dodging shit. And appreciate the scenery. Level 28 zone. There we go. So we're only 2 levels above now. I think I can probably be rushing a lot more than I am. Although, let's kill dudes with names. I am definitely taking some serious damage here. I think those guys, I think that bluish beam, I think that's necrotic damage. And we only have 27% resist. I think there's a couple of zones where there's some dudes that do some crazy necrotic damage. And there's a good chance if we die, it's going to be there. We do still have the little deathless trait to show that we've never died on this character, which is nice. So we're playing softcore, like we don't have permadeath. We're not playing permadeath on this particular character. You can play hardcore if you want. I don't, but I do like to try to see if we can maintain that deathless trait, which doesn't usually happen when I'm playing on my own, because usually I'm mostly watching TV over there and hoping that I'm not dying somehow by some miracle.
Too heavy.
Right. Keep doing this. The nice thing is, even if I make a mistake right at this point, and one of these would actually be an upgrade over what I've got, it's only going to matter for a certain amount of time, then we're going to get something else. More armor, which is great. We lose some physical resist, but it gets replaced by considerably more poison resist, which we're also not capped on. Oh no, we don't. We lose the void resistance. I think I might swap and then do a little bit of crafting here. Yeah, I'd like more physical resistance. So let's do that with the Glyph of Hope to hopefully use less forging potential. So here, it's going to use 1 to 12 forging potential. We currently have 25 remaining, and it might not use any. It only used 1 forging potential there. That's awesome. Give me more physical. Now, I can't level it up anymore because to get to the next level here would require a higher level to equip this item. You know what? I'll just upgrade the poison as well. There we go. Get some more resistances. I'm not sure I can add... Oh, no, I can still add something. Could add vitality, but we don't have much vitality. I think I'll add strength. We actually scale well with strength. Oh, I won't have the level to do it. Never mind. Okay. So we'll slap that on. Hey, Clockwork Wizard. Yeah, as far as I know, I'm pretty sure every single mastery is now in the game. Yeah, so there was a few classes that were still missing some masteries. The Rogue, actually, I don't know if the Rogue is what the base class is called, but has the Falconeer, which I've played and is excellent. The Acolyte has the Warlock, which I don't know if I've played. But yeah, all the masteries are in there now. And... oh, this little guy. Armor, increased fire damage. Yeah, baby. Perfect. But yeah, so I play the old man reflexes type of builds, which is one of the reasons I like doing the minion builds so much, and the spin to win as well. The interesting thing about this game is that even when you're playing a minion build, which is something that both impresses me and annoys me, depending on what mood I'm in, you do tend to still have to be active to a certain extent, because your minions, like let's say you're going with wolves, right? The button that summons wolves, and then when you're at max wolf, hitting that button makes them howl, which does a thing. So even with you're playing with minions, there's still buttons you're going to want to hit, although they're very easy. They're not targeted, right? It's just push this, make wolf howl, which makes all your wolves do more damage on a cooldown. Just whack it whenever you want to do more damage. It's great.
I cannot do that. I cannot do that.
O2 reignite my interest in RPGs, but not satisfying to play yet. I mean, and they're being very open about it being still very early access.
I cannot do that.
It's a little bit weird that you can get like the release version of Path of Exile 1 for free, but the early access version of Path of Exile 2 you have to pay for. But I know why they're doing it. It's like, all right, fair. Keep it a little bit more, you know, the rabid fans are willing to do it, and you've got an excuse for it, but also it keeps the server load a little bit more manageable while you're trying to develop this new software, and you know the people that are playing it are much more dedicated, generally speaking. Nice thing about last Epoch, it's not terribly expensive. I think it's reasonably priced. And then Grim Dawn, super cheap. Super cheap as a base, and still also often comes on sale. It's poison shards. Where's my chance to ignites? You're a toughie. I guess I can just face tank the electrical stuff. And I do have some healing on melee hit, I think.
Stand down or die.
Chance to blind with spells, chance to shred armor on hit with fire skills. I can't actually slot in right now until I open up some more things. I wonder what our perfect idols are going to be. You can get some of them that proc skills. You can get some of them, like, maybe all we're looking for is ones that give, like, health and ignite chance. I don't know. I don't know what the pool of idols is. And I mean, even knowing what the perfect idol for you is doesn't mean you're going to necessarily only have those, because first of all, you got to find them, and secondly, a mix is likely going to be an ideal thing, especially since there's certain shape limitations. Yeah, I'm really excited for the new Grim Dawn DLC with the shape-shifting class. Definitely going to play that. And Titan Quest 2 when it comes out. I always do this. I always come this way. It's a dead end.
I cannot do that. I cannot.
Speaking of free games, did you end up playing more? Oh, I've played tons of Warframe. Luckily, I'm not currently actively playing Warframe. I may still be logging in most days to get the daily reward. But yeah, oh god, it eats so much time. I love it so much.
I cannot do that.
Loot lizard! No, stay. Yes, he's running immediately because he's still on fire. There we go. Hello, idols. Oh, that's great. Maybe I should kill these guys first before they kill me. Yeah, it's all these 2x2s. Oh, there's another little one. Stun avoidance, more fire damage. Okay. Stun, poison. Health on kill, physical resist. Yeah. Idols with resistances are really good when leveling, because you're usually not capped on your resistances while leveling. And when you get to the end game, you do want to be overcapped a little, I think, because I think you can lose up to 75% resistance from maps. So do you want to cap your stuff at 150? I might be wrong about those numbers. I know I'm not going towards the quest, but I saw the shrine and I couldn't resist. Maybe overcapping doesn't help. Maybe the negatives get applied after the cap anyway. I can't remember. Yeah, our damage is ridiculous. We're up to over 40 stacks of Ignite now. And the Ignite stats are doing even more than ever before. Crazy.
I'll take take that as a yes. Get to the railing and give a signal when you're ready.
Yeah, just need 75. Okay, unless you have a specific class or... Okay. First I thought you still needed to overcap a little in here. You know what? Maybe I'm thinking of Grim Dawn, where you overcap a little because some bosses have abilities that strip a little bit away. I think that's what I'm getting confused with. Okay, nothing needs level ups over here. Okay, groovy. Yay, more idle slots. Okay, good. So I can move you here. I guess I can't run this and one of the square ones, though, still.
You washed up. Yeah, I'll only slow you down. Please, go on without me.
I cannot do that.
I wonder, since I have a Rune of Attunement, I wonder if there's a particular unique I should make. Like, look for a base item of type blah, use the Rune of Attunement to turn into a unique of that type. I also don't remember how strict it is. I think it doesn't care about the base type. I think, like, any sword can turn into any sword, for example. I think. But I definitely need to check the wiki on that first. Or, you know, have someone in the chat confirm it. Because I don't know that's the case. But I think it is. That happened the other stream too. I think it's the Meta headset or some shit related to that. I don't like this whole like Bluetooth random USB disconnection sounds. Could just be one of my USB devices going to sleep. And there's no little notification pop-up. Like, I need a little Windows notification pop-up letting me know what that was. Or, hold on. Never mind, I know what it is. That's OBS saying my recording hard drive ran out of space. That's not a USB disconnect sound. Now, that's arguably kind of fine. Because no, I can delete these guys. Because arguably I don't need this video file. What's annoying is I'm pretty sure that video file, because it's an MPEG file, will be just broken and completely unreadable, which is annoying. I could record to a different format. Why am I doing playing Tetris here? I should just toss some shit that I don't care about. Or I'm gonna shred you. Here, shatter. You know what? Just do this. I'm hauling around because I'm gonna do the thing to guarantee. You got a champion stat. +1 maximum skeletons. I don't know if that can be transferred to another item. Does anyone know if the champion stat can be transferred to another item? Because this would be useless. This item is useless on anyone who uses skeletons. So if it can't be transferred, there's no reason to keep it.
I cannot do that.
Trying to find the disconnected USB is actually fun. We have a bunch of Windows computers and virtual machines running all at once. Yeah. I'm going to ignore the wizard. Don't understand the experimental items. I think that the stat can be transferred or something there too. So I think there is like value to do it even when they're low level, but meh. Okay, you're fully empowered. Let's challenge you. Never even looked at what you did. Although that one ring is one that I use for certain characters for certain things. Whee! We're not stacking that many ignite stats on this guy. I don't think we passed 30. I don't know why we're getting so many on the other fella. So, yeah, what was this? This one here. Tongue of the Aberrant Seer. Oh yeah. So this is, yeah, this unique has chance to poison on any spell hit, +1 to all poison spells, which is awesome. And the variant we got it's got 44% bonus necrotic resistance, which is a frack ton. That extra suffix that the base ring doesn't have. And this is level 6 requirement. Like, it'd be nice if it had legendary potential for like a long-term character, but if there's a character, like a leveling build somewhere that uses a poison skill early on, mostly I'm thinking the rogue's poison flask probably, or acid flask, or whatever it's called. I think it's called acid flask, but I think it might do poison damage because there's not actually acid as a damage type. Let's spend a skill point, but let's kill this guy first. Scorpion's gonna scorp. Go, finish that for ignite chance. Oh, let's go get the shrine. Matters. But they're fun. I suspect they probably got rid of the XP shrines, right? I'm sure the only ones really I would get excited about previously. Do I want to start pointing points into any one of these? No, turns out no. Alright, well, let's keep going with the burn. Hey, buddy.
I cannot do that. I cannot do that.
Search the Wraith Dunes for signs of the lost Nagasa gem. Void squirrels! Ha ha ha! One thing I've never managed to get, unfortunately, is the helmet that converts your wolves to squirrels. Okay, we now have reached a decision point with our Warpath. We've finished the Arsenal Flame and Gorebringer. We've got that. I could put more points in the Quicksilver Wind, and honestly, movement speed's pretty freaking nice. Right, we got that. We don't convert. This does add melee fire damage, but that doesn't actually boost my ignites. And this doesn't have fire resistance shred. Oh, it's my squirrels who just went away.
Hey, Quill, pay attention. There's a new subscriber.
Part of me's thinking we go up the area into more damage again. Or we could go down the smite. No, I'm going to go area into more damage. Hey, Lucan, thank you very much for the sub. So I guess I'm just going to keep committing. Is the flame burst even going? Like, I haven't even really noticed. Is it one of the things we see show up on these? Sort of swirly pattern. There's a second buff that shows up there, but I don't know if it's it. I don't know if the how or if the flame burst is doing stuff. Your melee hits apply 10 stacks of Fiery Inquisition, and the melee hits of other allies do 1, sure. If it reaches 60 stacks, stacks are consumed to explode. We do get it scaled down from Warpath, so we only have a 60%, or we only apply 6 stacks per hit. But I don't feel like I see a number on there that goes 6, 12, 18, etc. So it might be invisible. Or does it apply on myself? No, it's on an enemy. Like, I don't feel like I'm witnessing.
I cannot do that.
Oh, hang on. Show these guys. I don't need Morning Frost. These, no, I'm gonna banish. So we'll get a different set of items next time. And yeah, like, movement speed in general is good. I just don't know if spending the skill points for Warpath's movement speed is better than increasing its area and its damage. Since I theoretically, I mean, can still get more movement speed from better boots. I mean, more movement speed in general, and warp speeding through all this is really good. I don't know. movement speed while warpathing here didn't help me, and then now I'm not doing it, so it's not helping me, so I don't know. Oh, I know what idol we're going to want. I believe there's an idol that gives you increased resistance when you're channeling a spell. And we might want that, because otherwise, yeah, we do actually have to overcap our resistances by 30%, because when I'm spinning, I lose 30% to my elemental resistances. Because of the trait I took in the Warpath tree. Which I might not need. If our mana regen is, like, high enough in other ways, maybe I don't need that anymore. It's not like we've been having mana problems. Yeah, this guy can sometimes kick your ass, I think. Or cold resistance is 11%, huh? Yeah, that's not helpful. Especially while spinning. This is new. Isn't it?
Too heavy.
I feel like that's new. Why are you showing me these? Oh, probably has enough. Does I need 5 ranks of stuff? Do I have increased stun chance in my filter? Oh, I do. First of all, yeah, this also has to be changed. I want melee fire damage. How does melee physical attack or damage work with my conversion? Increased area for melee support skills. I want that. I think both flat damage. I think the flat fire melee damage and the flat physical melee damage both apply. And then afterwards, the physical damage gets converted into fire damage. And then percentage fire damage kicks in, but percentage physical doesn't. I think. So I think items with both of those are still fine. And yeah, here, we don't need the crit, damage over time, stun, damage while channeling, increased area for area skills. Okay. There we go. This one's still showing because I think we might have the health on melee hit and health on kill. Which I don't think is important enough for us to filter for. It's not a bad bonus, but it's really not what we're hunting for. I don't know. Maybe it's fine. Is there a speed cap? I don't know. Tell you what, we'll go for a little bit longer. When 6 o'clock comes, it'll be dinner time for Bella. It's probably going to be a good time for me to stop and do other things I should probably be doing, like finishing laundry, for example. I did record some more RimWorld this morning, so those are the Crashlands and RimWorld. I have 5 episodes of both recorded. Like, some of them have already gone live. There might be a 6th one for RimWorld, I'm not sure. Hopefully we can do that through the Easter partying without a gap, but there may be. There also may be a bit of a gap next week for some stuff. We'll see. They're like the RimWorld. That run is one I've been trying to work on for a while, trying to think of like the right vibe and the right mods to make that RimMart run. I'm really liking it.
Now, hey now, I've seen how you handle yourself.
I cannot do that.
Burn, burn, burn. I guess, Warpath, I think I can still put in a point in that thing that leaves a little fiery trail behind me, which is probably really nice to finish off these chasers. We should give that a go next time we get a skill point. Because I think we were right there. Actually, was it possible that it wasn't the Warpath? Was it maybe a glyph? No, I think it was Warpath.
Stand down.
Say, like, are you seeing these flame burst explosions? I'm not seeing anything that feels like a flame burst explosion.
See, buried in the slums. She told me of the Emerald Nagasa. They were the same, content to slither through the shadows.
In theory, we just have to hit something 10 times with our Warpath. We must have hit that guy 10 times. I wonder if there's something about this we don't understand, or something about this that's glitched. Yeah, while it's active, twice as many stacks are applied. That's the other thing. But, like, maybe I could refund all these points and put them somewhere else. Is this the Flaming Path of Fire? Yeah, I should put a point in there. The 20% ignite duration is actually insane. Like, ignore the fiery path. The 20% duration is nuts. Because it lets us reach a lot more stacks. I have played multiplayer RimWorld, actually, Blob. It's really, really fun. It's really fun. I played it with Kiss for Luck and Rhino. And it's wonderful. Sort of divide up duties, and everything is more entertaining when there's more people. It's great. The way we usually play it is usually we name one character after each one of us. And we're sort of responsible for micromanaging our own character, but obviously, as a group, you're planning out your base and, you know, queuing up jobs and things. Or, you know, everyone just generically. I guess you're the guy who was getting the snake for. Was there always the snake? I don't remember the snake being there. I thought it was just kill the dude. Maybe the snake was always there. I don't know. Another skill specialization slot, which I don't have another passive skill. It could potentially be Smite again if we decide to go down that road. Maybe I should just order in. Okay, yeah, this is this, which... Yeah, do that. Get more fire damage per symbol. We always have the 3 symbols. And then we're going to finish the earlier thing. Yeah, and once again, I guess I'll put the smite in there in case we decide to grab it. But yeah, and then I guess I want to go down here for the maximum symbols after I finish damage granted per active symbol. Still seems pretty good. Shred covering your health. Yeah, I guess I could move the camera. The camera position is ideal for most of the other games we play, but I guess I am over the health orb, aren't I? You guys can't watch the drama of me nearly die. Well, I probably should have done that like 4 hours ago. Oh yeah, the lunge spec is still good. Like, I have it on my toolbar because I can still lunge at things. I haven't spec'd into it, but that might be a good candidate. I mean, I have one more skill slot after this, too. I have to say, I think I'm enjoying the Ignite variant of the Warpath build more than the Void one. I think the Void one, like, the Void one did crazy damage when you built up. It was great. And it's honestly probably stronger, but this feels better from a quality life point of view. Okay, so we've picked up everything we can for the fire over here. Divine Bolt on melee hit. That deals fire damage to a random nearby enemy. I mean, I guess actually I probably do want to grab those. Because Defiance doesn't do anything for us. Valor's fine as a filler. Yeah, block stuff. When you block, healing symbol. Increase healing effectiveness. These didn't do anything for me. Yeah, let's get Divine Bolt. And it does seem like I want to get up to 3, and then I want to get up to at least 4 over here.
3.
And possibly more, but those are nice little breakpoints.
I didn't expect this, but it's one step closer.
Hey, Silent Wolf just got here. Well, unfortunately, we're going to be wrapping it up soon. Yeah, I'll probably keep playing on my own. And then as a reminder, no live stream this Saturday. I have conflicting plans. Oh! There's a little fire symbol over here. Was I on fire? Did some other buff activate? Oh, hey, Mr. Gaimuya. Yeah, it's the way it goes sometimes, huh?
I cannot do that.
Sadis says, I just found a relic that throws an axe while you're using Warpath. It's called the Vortex Pendant. Ooh, nifty. Okay. Oh, okay. The little flame bolts are going like crazy already, and that feels great. I don't know how much damage they're doing. What we need is like I'm still playing a lot of Brotato these days, which is a wonderful game. Brotato, at any given point, you can, at the end of a round, you can mouse over every weapon, every item you have to see how much it contributed, you know, how much damage it's contributed. I guess for weapons, it's in the previous round. With other things, I think it's lifetime, which is a little less useful. But it's really nice to know. So like now what I need to do is I need the breakdown of how much damage am I doing with the direct hits from my spin versus the ignites from the spin versus these little flaming bolts that are going all over, etc., etc., etc. And then also be able to like capture and compare as I swap my gear around. Some guesswork is good because one of the problems with knowing like perfect information is that then there's only one solution. That's correct. I mean, obviously there's attributions for like convenience, quality of life, different things, single target versus range, and how valuable is that for clear and different things. But, you know, taking the guesswork can take some of the fun and the assumptions and those gray areas. But generally speaking, I'm, you know, going to prefer getting rid of the guesswork. I think I'll just shred you. I mean, is there any chance this would increase my damage? No, probably not. So I'm just going to shred you. Once you start making a lot of money, you just buy a bunch of these Runes of Shattering as well. No, not interested in you. I don't even know why you got filtered. I guess probably because because the melee damage leached his life, maybe? There's not enough ranks. Oh, I got all of the affixes there. It's like not worth shredding. Again, I could sell these, but I'd rather just kill stuff faster. Okay, so this is a new set. That might be worth empowering. Not leech health, but you get other things. Those are just goofy things for other people. These boots are kind of interesting. We might end up with something cool in boots. All right, I'll empower you. Blam. Okay, yeah, our damage is really good right now. Really good for this stage of the game. So I could put points in here immediately, but no, I may as well increase the chance. In fact, I don't see any reason why we wouldn't just max this out. For maximum chance of casting those relics. Or those bolts. Oh, it's casting multiple bolts per... Right. That's what that other thing... wow. So yeah, I don't know how much those bolts are doing, but they do look sick. And they're definitely doing something. I'm hitting the things that are slightly out of my current war range. Like, I'm trying to see if I can just watch a bolt hit someone. Well, I mean, it did ignite him and put some shit on him. Yeah, 2 little bolt hits. Actually, no. That was a substantial amount of damage. Considering it didn't have an opportunity cost either. It's not like I was putting it in there instead of something else that was boosting my damage. It was instead of something else that could boost my durability, which I might still get, but this seems really good. And if we invest in the other thing, these will do more damage and we'll have more bolts. Lovely. You are a tough son of a bitch.
I cannot do that.
Double shrine? What's about to happen here? Wow, that was
So close. A
weird.
word of advice.
Getting stuck on stuff.
Don't
Are you
ask us.
starting a boss fight? No?
Matrons. You'll regret it.
Alright. Well, yeah, 2 shrines, but you lose the effect of the shrines when you zone, so that didn't do anything. Just a tease.
I cannot do that.
Get dispelled. Do. Really want that next level over here to try that burning ground stuff, which I think I should have grabbed a little sooner
Not do that.
in my build order, but that's fine. Alright, let's just sell this crap that I'm not using or shredding. That guy, I hate that he has got the conversation there. Say, like, yeah, I should just buy a bunch of Runes of Shattering. I got 38 grand. I'm not really spending money on anything. Okay, I guess that's why we still need the transfer. Because it still goes there. Oh, these over here too. Because I'm going to want to shred more things. Although what I think I'll do right now is just sell the stuff that's not unique. I didn't sell anything that got a weird secondary trait. Do I? I don't know. Maybe I did. Who cares? Let's quickly dump. I don't like doing inventory management on the screen. Let's go. What's this? Poison damage. No. Poison on hit. More physical damage. Yeah, that's not really going to help. We'll do that. Damage on time. Oh, a bunch of elemental resist. You know what? I think I will put that ring on. Or that gem on. And you got armor, so we may as well equip you. This might be a good place to stop, actually, because we're in a little town.
Yes.
Not starting the next section yet. Speed leveling, like, definitely not, but, I mean, we did pretty good. I think we did good for me, which is not very fast. Hey, Quicken. Yeah, and I should, hopefully it was in the title. We're going Warpath Ignite Paladin. We are spinning and setting everything on fire. And so far, everything in the build has been dovetailing really beautifully. No idea really what my last 2 abilities will be. I can definitely see Lunge and maybe the Smite. So 1 here. Okay, so basically 5 points. And I mean, I might decide to put points in the Path of Heaven to make the Smites do more. I don't know if that's the case. But a 5-point investment gets us constant smiting while we spin. And then that, which we definitely have enough for, it does pull points away from mostly like the Whirling Steel. But yeah, both of these just add so much area, which is wonderful. Well, we might be able to get a bunch of that. The other thing I'm wondering, like, do we drop this? Okay, so it's taking me 3 points to get 10 mana cost off of Warpath. Now, that's got to be 10 mana per second, right? Is that what it's normalized for the channel cost? I think we asked earlier, and I'm not entirely sure. So, let's say we put those 3 points in here. Like, let's assume we naturally leveled up here, and we took these 3 points out, and we put them in here. This would be 21 points per 3 seconds, so 7 points per second. So, less. What if I gear for mana regen? Like, I'm wondering how sustainable. Oh, I guess the other thing, too, is if I do spec into this, we still have the issue of these smites are going to cost me mana. So we will be spending the mana a lot more. Now, there might be some smite nodes that affect the mana cost. These are increasing it. This does make smite free when you're out of mana, so you can keep casting it. I don't know how that interacts with the Warpath casting and whether that would interrupt the Warpath or not. Yeah, I wonder what the interaction is there. What I probably will have to do at this point is actually go and read up other people's forum posts, Reddit posts, watch a YouTube build video or something like that, because other people have probably tested and worked out some of these interactions and how they're supposed to work. Although some of them might be obsolete with the new patch and no longer apply. But yeah, if we're going down the smite route, like, we'll definitely go and be like, ignite, do fire damage, just burninate everything. Do we do this exclusively? Global melee fire damage. You have increased attack and cast speed if you have hit an enemy with smite recently. Huh. Yeah, we're not doing descend because that's teleport to target location. Double cut. No, not this route. Not this route. It'd be interesting to see the interaction of Desperate Measure with Warpath, which could be something we can just test. Although we can't test it until I've invested 5 points over here, which is a big investment. Should I just try it though? Like maybe unspec Iron Reach, then I'll have to level back up to get the point back. Still put a point in Path of Fire, which is definitely stupid good. In fact, it's like so good. Don't despecialize, just remove 1 skill point. There we go. Which did de-level us by 1, but then we need less XP to get there. When we get it back, I definitely go Path of Fire. And then, yeah, it'll be level 17 Warpath before this gets maxed. Although, as soon as I put 2 more points in here, we'll start to get some smites. And we'll start to get some feel for the XP cost. Yeah, I use Last Epoch tools extensively. It's really handy. I like that you can pick a skill. Like, just show me builds that use Warpath and Smite, for example. I could probably find something. There's not that many builds. It's not Path of Exile. There's not like 1,000 posts for every single possible combination of everything. I mean, I think, like, we're not using the Smite right now. Hit damage versus ignited enemies. We don't actually... Oh, Smite's hits deal more damage to ignited enemies. Detonate slain enemies. I don't know, probably we put a couple points in Immolate. I don't know about the Righteous Overload. What about Conflagration? Or maybe what I do is I just max out Holy Fire. So his smites are going to drop ignites like crazy. And then, I don't know. I'll probably look up some builds at this point to figure that little interaction out. But so far, things have been great. Folks, thanks a lot for coming out today. Our next live stream is going to be next Monday, where I think there's a very good chance we play some more Keep Driving, which is really good, except for the fact that, unfortunately, the music did get flagged on YouTube, so we're going to have to play completely musicless, which is terrible, but what can you do? But I really did enjoy Keep Driving. I thought it was excellent, and I'm looking forward to doing more of that, but I'll probably be playing more of this by myself, too. We're going to wrap it up here. I'm going to go feed the Bella. I'm going to go figure out what I'm going to eat for dinner, and I'll see you again next Monday. Bye, everyone.